Peace and respect to you all. Welcome to Demolished Doctrine, the beginning of the end of the religions. You know, I say that all the time, and it doesn't seem like religious people are very offended, which is interesting to me. If I were them, I think I'd be much more offended. All right, so recently I observed that no matter how organized in my mind these syllogisms may be, and no matter how well I present them, on average, people don't actually argue with me the actual argument. And it seems to help people to have a visual cue of a thing to stay on topic better. So, peace and respect, brother Sammy. You know, there is just a warm place in my soul that has a direct reference to you, sir. Always happy to see you. Feel free to hit the link if you're not otherwise occupied, Sammy. So I went with what am I using as a program to do these? I think it's called Google Slides, which is it's very similar to. Thank you, brother. Made me a bit misty. Got a little misty there. I think it's called Google Slides. It's essentially PowerPoint. It's got about the same features. Maybe it's not quite so fancy, but hey, it's free and it's already on Google and blah, 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 blah. Yeah, very similar to PowerPoint. That's the words I was looking for. Thank you. Okay, so it seems when I use these slides to present these arguments, it goes a little bit better. So I went on a show the other day, started a show the other day, and Cerberus came in, and Hillary's came in, and some others, and I appreciate everyone who showed up. I don't want to diminish anyone, but those two guys really added to the wording. They helped me with the wording of it because it is not easy to write a decent syllogism, not easy at all. So I want to do more of the same today. So here's the baseline Sabbath syllogism. There are to follow. Mankind is part of the creation of God and is finished when in heaven. God rests on the Sabbath from the finished creation. God's Sabbath rest begins when mankind is in heaven. That is to say that we are not complete. The Sabbath rest happens when it's complete. Thereby, since we are not complete, there has been no Sabbath. Ideas like that. Next, which this takes, you might notice, this takes the conclusion from the first syllogism, makes it into the first premise of the second syllogism. It's the same. God's Sabbath rest begins when mankind is in heaven. Well, let's keep going with that. God's Sabbath rest has happened in the past. Mankind has ascended into heaven in the past. Not to go too fast. I guess I can go too fast for now. Mankind has ascended into heaven in the past. Mankind has not ascended into heaven from this earth. Mankind ascended into heaven from some other earth. There you have it. Peace and respect, rebuke and reprove. You're welcome to hit that link at the top of the side chat, brother. Come in and tell me what I'm thinking of poorly. This is the point of these conversations. Of course, perfect altruism, they say, cannot be accomplished. There's always some selfish aspect to it. And I'm not immune to that. I would rather be corrected and become right. Right? That seems like a good idea. After all, who wants to be wrong? Well, I'm just one of those people. I'd like to be right. So if you can come in and show me that what I'm saying is, as you said, logical but not biblical, which I think you're completely wrong about. But if you can show me that, I'd be happy to hear it. It's early morning. There's a good chance that you're not too busy. Um, Across most of the United States right now, people have not started going to work. Peace and respect, or Willie, or Woolly. Woolly, not Willie. Peace and respect. Don't get to see you very often. I assume that means you have an unusual schedule. Or maybe you're in some other part of the world like our brother Sammy here. Sammy's in Australia. I understand that Jill is somewhere closer to the East Coast than I am. And Wooly, I don't know where you are. Jill, I would point out to you, as I have, but peace and respect, doubting Tom, at 9:50 a.m. where you are. Yes, I believe you. It is 6 something where I am. Or, well, you're in Scotland. Well, that has some explanatory power for me in my mapping of you. That helps. Thanks for that info. That helps me make sense of when I see you and when I don't. So thank you for that. That clarifies things. Rebuke and reprove. Brother Jill, it is unfair to you that I have a microphone. You see, because it's a disadvantage to you because there's no way you can type in responses, which responses on average end up longer than the original inquiry or challenge in the first place. If it's not Scottish, it's crap. I love that skit. I remember that skit. Michael, what was that guy's name? The comedian, Mike something. Anyway, peace and respect. Welcome, John. I can speak, Jill, much faster than you can type in response. You should just hit the link. That way you can speak. It'll be easier for everybody. Everybody. Do that, man. Hit that link. But for now, I'll read these things you wrote here. Oh, I hear a boop backstage. Go over there and check that. We have a Jill. Peace and respect. Welcome, Jill. I'm not going to read what you just wrote because now you're here. Connection issues? Oh, that's not Jill. That was somebody that was going to do something inventive. That's who that was. That was not Jill. I was so hoping it was. Yeah, for those who run streams, that was you. You'll be right back. Well, that gave a name you've never used. Are you saying that name that I've never seen before, which the first letter of was F, and the first letter of the last name was W? That FW, that was you? Really? Peace and respect, Savage Minnow. How you doing, sweetie? Haven't seen you in forever and a day. Isn't she sweet? So, Jill, you're FW for real? I've never seen that name in this part of the YouTubeverse. Is that going to be catchy? Do you think I could keep using that and promote it? People start calling it the YouTubeverse. Hug the pig for me, Savage. I love that guy. Peace and respect, Viking Silverwolf. Oh, it's Viking Silverwolf now. Good morning. Okay. Back to the syllogisms for now. I've also heard panel verse. I think that's pretty catchy too. But then there's skin diseases that are catchy. Let's see. Back to the syllogisms. Let me see. Let me back up one because I kind of went through it kind of quick. I'll back up two. I'll back up one. Okay. Mankind is part of the creation of God and is finished when in heaven God rests on the Sabbath from the finished creation. Thereby, if then, God's Sabbath rest begins when mankind is in heaven. I think that's solid. I think there's no way to write that any better than it's already written. I've gotten some critique. Anybody right now in side chat that thinks that there's something in that that just isn't worded very well or is unclear. Of course, you need backup argumentation for this. These are all just like bullet point, real quick. And some of it requires a person know quite a bit about the Bible already in order to have this argument. And of course, all of that is not included. Peace and respect, Von Eric. Where's your faith? Blessings all. Blessings back to you, sir. God's Sabbath rest begins when mankind is in heaven. That's the conclusion of the first syllogism. Second premise, God's Sabbath rest has happened in the past. Thereby, or conclusion, mankind has ascended into heaven in the past. It means it has happened before. And let me be clear on this. DT, let me be clear on this. If there were a person still on the earth and God's intent to benefit mankind, even if everyone had ascended into heaven, there was just one dude left, and that one dude is not taking the ascension, God has to work with him because he already said he would, right? So even if some had made it to heaven in the past, and that was some of that ascension, it still wouldn't defeat this argument. Okay, we got a beat backstage, and it says FW. I don't know, man. I don't know this name FW, so I'm having trouble trusting it. So can you cam up? Is that even possible that you would cam up? Tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to go ahead and bring you up.
That's my
Floor's yours.
That's my pen name, Frank White.
Oh, okay. Well, I wasn't going to say it because I thought it may have been your real name.
That's what the country people call me. Country folks call me Frank.
Frank. Okie dokie.
Yeah.
Did you
Frank
pick
White.
it because it sounds so much dissimilar? Is it irony? Is that why you chose that?
Frank White, I believe, was an actual drug. I think it's a cartel member or a drug kingpin in New York.
A drug kingpin in New York.
You ever seen King of New York?
You know, I'm not much. You know this about me.
Yeah.
I'm not much for culture stuff.
Oh man.
Anyway,
who played Frank White in King of New York? Was it?
You mean there's a movie as well?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's go back to something that matters.
Christopher Walken.
Okay, I've heard. Yeah. Yes, there's an actor named Christopher Walken.
Right. That's where the name came. Yeah. But yeah. I was just pointing out the fact that although your syllogism is, I think, does make sense logically, it doesn't correspond to the Christian perspective, but in another perspective, it is true. If that's the case, those premises could be true in another.
I think that's about the best I'm going to get out of you, man.
That is
okay. It was nice talking to you today.
Right. So that's why I said there's really no point in me, coming in to discuss it, because I don't have a problem with anyone's, logical premises, but I would just point out the fact that that doesn't correspond to scripture.
Peace and respect. Welcome, Von Eric. Thanks for coming in.
Hey, peace and respect and blessings to everyone.
Hey, Vaughn.
Hey, brother. Just decided to come up a little bit today. I think this is my first time. Oh, no, that's not my first time. My third time.
I've seen you on, was it Praise's channel or Vackel's channel?
Yeah, Praise's channel.
Praise's,
Yeah.
okay.
I think that's where I met you too. Yeah. Okay, so of course this represents, Jill, Von Erich, a perspective that Christians don't normally hold. Of course, because I'm not of any specific denomination or sect,
Right.
and I'm just saying what the Bible seems to me what it claims about itself. That's all I'm saying, right? But the whole point of it is that it's pointing out something that I think is pervasive throughout the Bible, that is obvious from within the Bible, that are claims that the Bible does make, that requires that there has been no Sabbath of God to this earth. Of course, if I go to the next, let me do this, and you guys tell me what you think about this. If I go to the next, where I've brought down the conclusion of Syllogism 1 into premise 1 of Syllogism 2, God's Sabbath rest begins when mankind is in heaven. And then we keep going from there. God's Sabbath rest has happened in the past, because in the text it says past tense, God rested, right? Because the whole thing had been completed. But in order that it's complete, then everyone that God ever could work with from the earth was in heaven, and everyone who was going to be in whatever other state was already in that other state. Then it requires that mankind had ascended in fullness into heaven in the past. Well, we're sitting here on this earth talking about it. It can't mean us, right? And if it has happened in the past and can't mean us, if that's true, then why did it hit twice? That wasn't supposed to do that. If mankind has ascended into heaven in the past, mankind has not ascended into heaven from this earth, then mankind ascended into heaven from some other earth. And this is the proofs that I'm talking about when I say there must be multiple earths of God. Floor is yours.
You believe that you say you believe that it's multiple earths?
Yes, that our God and the angels in heaven have done this thing we call earth, having the children of God on it, that they have done that before, and that earth came to its completion.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I look at the Sabbath as something entirely differently from my perspective. The Sabbath, there's different emphasis is that a word? Emphases. There's a different emphasis that's placed on the symbol of the Sabbath. So going back to Genesis, you have a celebration of God's work in creation by resting, or he rested, she stated, on the Sabbath. There's the Creator himself who rests on the seventh day. Of course, he doesn't need rest because he's tired.
Yeah, it's not a it
But we
kills me
have
when people do that.
Yeah, but we have a pattern. That's the point. So after Exodus, the Exodus, the Sabbath expands to a celebration of God's deliverance from Pharaoh, of the people of God from the oppression of Pharaoh or Egypt. And then we have an ultimate shift in the New Testament. So where our Sabbath rest is in the substance, accumulates in the substance of Christ, who fulfills all of these symbols that we see in the Old Testament. So that's why Hebrews 4 says what it says about Christ and the Sabbath rest. So as far as the Sabbatarians are concerned, I know you don't poll to that, but we're not bound to Sabbath laws. But I know that's a bit of a rabbit trail, but
no, it's fine. It's absolutely fine. No, I don't think that we're held to the 613 law. I don't think so. But I think it does apply in a very, very certain time frame. and at no other time. And that's all well and good. That I don't know. I would call myself a Sabbatarian in that I keep it holy. That is, I in my mind, the Sabbath is extremely important, and that it is literally set apart, kept holy. The idea of keeping it in mind, which we're told in the text to do in the New Testament, keep holy the Sabbath, right? And Old Testament as well. There's the same idea. I think is highly important. However, I believe it's referring to what is in the New Testament referred to as the great day of the Lord, or colloquially called end times. That in order that there begins a Sabbath, then mankind has to be already ascending into heaven. Well, we all know when that happens, and I don't mean one person at a time, but, the first ascension, the ascension of the people, and into the second ascension of the people, that it's got to be referring to that time frame. So then the rest of it falls in place really quite neatly as to why there's all these weird food laws and behavioral laws and do touch this and don't touch that. Because in end times, there'll be no refrigeration after the fall of electricity. There'll be no infrastructure in the way of government of whatever community you live in, no matter where you are in the world, because it's a worldwide event. And there'll be just general anarchy. And in that situation, those things make great sense. Peace and respect, Tyler Johnson.
Well, you're a little too deep for me, Richard, but I'm a very simple man. So I think that it is over as far as the shifting, the emphasis now that it is in Christ. So it's not saying you shouldn't work 6 days and rest on the seventh day as a pattern. It's saying that the pattern culminates in Jesus Christ, who fulfills the symbols. So,
okay.
So he is resting, and we're resting in Christ. The work is done. It's just going to play out. It's going to play out. Everything's going to play out in the end. But we're not laboring for that rest. We're not working for that culmination.
I see.
It just has to play itself out, basically.
Oh yeah, I guess we're not striving as it was before Christ came.
Right.
I got you. To your one point, Demolish. In the Apocrypha, I think it's first or second Baracus. It does state as far as one to us is many to God, and it goes in so when God creates, we think He creates just one, but it states in the Apocrypha He creates many. It's like it goes into the point as far as one day to us is 1,000 years to God. So. So I just when you said about one earth, and also in Ecclesiastes it speaks about it's nothing that has been done for the first time.
Right, nothing new under the sun. That's correct.
So the rest, I agree with Jill on the rest and the Sabbath, and what y'all said, what you said too. But yeah.
Yes, we find our rest in Jesus. I mean, I agree with it in principle. We find our rest in Jesus. There's no doubt in that. Peace and respect, Tommy. Welcome. But though we find our rest in Jesus, I think it's okay. First of all, I don't think these are salvific issues. Okay. I think that you can be saved for your trust in Christ and that alone, no problem. Right. But I am concerned in some of these lower, more concretized arguments that can lead to a person to opening their mind as to the scale of what heaven does, the scale of what their God does, so that when if they should live into end times, when they live into end times, they're not so closed-minded and geocentric, self-centric, and small-minded about the whole thing, and can accept heaven more easily, because I want people to be okay. Maybe it's selfish of me. Maybe I'm a little bit too tribal, but I really, really like us, and I want us to be okay.
Chick-fil-A is the only organization that keeps the Sabbath, according to the actual Exodus 16, right? Yeah, they're the only ones, because Nehemiah, if you go back to the book of Nehemiah, he took stern action against buying and selling on the Sabbath. So the roadways would be closed, the buses and trains would be empty, if that were the case in today's economy. But again, this would probably be a conversation I should have with Jamie Russell, but
when the Sabbath is.
Well, what is the Sabbath?
I'm trying to have that conversation with Jamie Russell, because I think the Sabbath hasn't been. So, making a fundamental part of your belief system what day of the week it's to be celebrated is pointless.
Right. Yeah, I would agree for you for different reasons, obviously, but yeah.
Yeah. And so far as Nehemiah and your comment there, it would be a truism that should the signs of end times occur, that it would knock out, for instance, let's see, a quaking of the earth would knock out things like brittle buildings, right? If the whole earth quaked at once, everything brittle would just come down, Well, what would that cause? Well, now you've got chaos in the streets. You got people who can't get to work in major cities and hubs, financial hubs, causing economies to begin to fall. That's what you'd have. And then, a meteor strike into an ocean, poisoning an ocean, or Blood Sea Miracle, yada, yada, yada. I shouldn't yada, 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 the signs of end times, but on and on and on like that. And what you end up with is the entire mass of the world's people living like it's 10,000 years ago. That would be, it would knock us back to literally the Bronze Age, if infrastructure, electricity, water, etc., all failed, governments failed, right? So
maybe the Amish might thrive, and then they'll become.
They wouldn't. Not much change for them. Good point.
Yeah.
Good point.
They'd become the dominant, culture or whatever, right?
Well, they just wouldn't have to change much, because I mean, the stricter sects of the Amish and Mennonites, the stricter sects of them, or place people in third world countries, that are just living in very, very basic housing in the first place, who don't have electricity in the first place and don't really have government in the first place. They would barely notice. They would just feel the earthquake and go, "Oh, that was weird." That'd be the end of it. But yeah, for us in developed countries, there would be huge change. Peace and respect, XTOS. I don't know how to pronounce any of that. It's an interesting name. Can you write me out a pronunciation for that? Like it's in a dictionary etymology kind of way, how I'm supposed to say that. I have just no idea.
There was a competition in one of the Amish communities where you had to wake up and you had to plant a few crops and do other activities before the deadline, before the horn blew, and they all gathered together to start the competition. And a guy ran in and said this guy should be disqualified because they found out he had an alarm clock.
Oh, snap.
Jill, someone in the, I don't know that you do or don't know Savage Minnow, intelligent, serious, generally speaking. If you would opt to, if you care to, should I read this to you? Can you read your screen?
I see it. Yeah, he's saying we should avoid cooking. Well, that's what someone like Jamie Russell you would want to ask that question to, or someone that's working a part of the what do you call those Seventh-day Adventists? Those Christians would. We don't believe that. To Christians, every day is holy. For a Christian, Christianity knows such. And I'm quoting. I think it was Oliver Green. Christianity knows no such thing as days, months, or seasons. As far as holy days, every day is holy unto the Lord. So Christians worship every day.
That is how it's supposed to be treated. Yes.
We look at the Sabbath as a pattern of like getting you, just like you look at school as a pattern to get you to a particular place. You want to one day become a lawyer, so you start out with law school, or you start out with actually your high school diploma. Right, you need that first,
right?
And then you graduate, and then you there's an emphasis on now there's it's no longer algebra 2. Now you're learning about tort law. Okay, so that's how we look at the Sabbath as an actual pattern that has an actual culmination in Christ. So
okay,
yeah,
that's good. That's a good answer. Von Erich, did you have a different answer, or you'd bolster that answer, or
no, that's what Joe just said. Yeah, I agree with that.
Okay.
Yeah, what Jamie is doing is he's going back to high school, and he's telling us that he's earning his high school diploma, and we're saying, okay, that's fine. Paul says, okay, if you want to do that, that's fine. If you want to keep that tradition, that's fine. But it don't beat us up because we don't do those things or try to condemn others who don't do that. There are so many festivals and new moons in the Old Testament. I mean, I
don't want to cut you off, but I hate to be rude. I'm so sorry. I'd like to say peace and respect to Seriously Ray, and Jamie's not here.
That's right. Yeah, I shouldn't.
So it's unfair for us to. Okay.
Well, I'm just bringing out the fact that there's different sects or different beliefs when it comes to the Sabbath. I think he might be confusing us with Seventh-day Adventists. That's all.
And he's
the Seventh-day Adventist of this community. So
yeah, that's true. That's true.
Yeah.
And he has made himself public, so it's fine to mention him. I'm not saying but if we start talking about technical points of the position, then he should be here for that.
Right.
And that's where I want to stop it, if that seems fair to you.
Yeah.
I would answer to Savage Minnow as well. Okay, but that's not my question. My question is, what is the modern way we should be keeping the Sabbath? Okay, so since I believe it's a thing of the future, and saying keep holy the Sabbath to me, Savage, is like saying, hey, don't forget there's end times. That's approximately the same statement. Don't forget there's end times. Okay, so what does that mean to both the believer and the non-believer? Well, what it means is the time when the proofs are given. You know, all those proofs you want that God exists, that heaven exists, that angel exists, that there's somewhere to go, that you don't just die and that's the end of it. All those questions. That's the time of the evidences, the time of those answers. So it's very special, and it is set apart or holy, and it is really, really important, especially should you or anyone else, believer, non-believer, live into those times. So it's just like Jesus says, you know that if the sky is red in the morning, that bad weather comes. You know that. And you know that if the sky is red at night, then the next day will have clear weather, but you don't know the signs of end times. What he's saying there is a person, believer or not, should have the signs of end times memorized and have a reasonable approximation of what those phrases are and what those things mean, so that should they ever live to see it, they know that it's evidence of those things happening. So it's important to anyone, believer or not. That's what I think.
Well, I think I'm going to have me a pork breakfast sandwich. Let no one judge you in food or drink. So it's been a pleasure, Richard. I got to run.
Thanks for coming by.
All right. God bless you, Vaughn. See you. God bless.
Oh, God bless you too, brother.
All right.
Amen. So, Vaughn, you and I have had very, very little time, in my opinion, not near enough for me to think that I know anything about your stance on anything, you know. So I don't want to assume stuff, and instead I would ask you questions. Wait, we got another set of larger comments. Let me get those first and get back to you in just a second, Vaughn, if you have patience for that. So it's about being mindful of the existence of the higher plane of existence, I guess. That's what I got from all that. Thank you. That's pretty good. That's a fine way to say it in your vocabulary, Savage. That works just fine.
Yeah. Yeah.
So what do you think of this syllogism thing here I'm presenting? What do you think, Von Eric? I need critique. I want it to be either destroyed or perfected, one of the two.
All right. Now you said syllogism is what's that phrase? What's that? Not phrase. What's the P stands for again?
Well, a syllogism is a structured argument. And, I was surprised. I was on a group with 9 other guys. I was on a show with 9 other guys. And they had never seen a structured syllogism, none of them. Which is funny because, like in my world, this is just what you do. This is just how it's done. And like everybody uses syllogisms, whether formal, following this physical form, or just a spoken syllogism, like my whole family. That's just how we talk about stuff. But I guess it's not that we're a bit weird. I guess we're not that normal in use of syllogisms just in everyday life. So the people I was talking to on Flow State's channel, they just really actually did not know how to argue against it. So your inquiry leads me, out of consideration of all possible people that might be seeing this, hearing this, to review, if you have the patience for it, what the total idea here is. Like, what's a syllogism? How's it structured? What's the point of making something into a syllogism? You think you have patience, Vaughn?
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, I have patience.
Okay, cool. So I'd just like to do this for anybody who's not familiar. Okay, so a syllogism is a structured argument where you make 2 related observations about some very specific topic, right? So they should be obviously related. Premise 1 and premise 2 should be obviously related, right? And then you have a conclusion, and the conclusion should follow necessarily, not can follow, has to follow from the 2 premises. So the premise 1 and premise 2 should be demanding that there's a conclusion, and that it's that conclusion and that conclusion alone. And the logical idea here is that if premise 1 is true and premise 2 is related necessarily, it's the same topic, right? And it is also true, and that the conclusion necessarily or has to follow from premises 1 and 2, then the conclusion is also true. Well, what does that mean impactfully? It means that if the first and second premises are true, you should accept the conclusion. It doesn't matter if you like it or not. It just means that it's true, and people should accept things that are true. That's the general idea. So when the premises are true, and the conclusion follows, or when the premises follow each other and the conclusion follows, right? That's called a sound argument. And then if all of it is true, that's called a valid argument. So structurally it's sound, and then on top of that, it could be true. So the idea is to create a syllogism that is both valid and sound, right? That it not only follows the rules, but it also impacts lives and how people think. It's actually true in reality. So that's the general idea. If someone wants to argue with a structured syllogism like this, what they need to do is either show that one of the premises are false, or that the conclusion doesn't follow. And these are some real I would give some really standard examples that are used normally, historically, in order to teach this. So have you ever heard of these practice exercises of syllogisms, Von Erich?
No, I never heard of it.
Okay. So this would be really good for you if it's the first time you've ever done this.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Was there anything you needed to ask about what I just said?
No, I pretty much got the base. Kind of remind me of when we had that class on logic, but
sure,
a little bit. But I think the premise doesn't have to be true if you
right.
Right. Okay.
You're right. In logical practice, none of it needs to be true. It just needs to logically follow. That's
right.
correct. You are absolutely right. Yeah, okay. You're totally right. Okay, so here's some standard ones that people use to teach this syllogism. So here's a syllogism that is both valid and sound, that to be given as an example, and classically given. Men, meaning mankind, are mortal. Socrates is a man. Thereby, Socrates is mortal. So, first statement is true. The first premise and second premises are true. They're related to each other. They demand necessarily a conclusion. The conclusion is also true that Socrates is mortal. Okay. Right. Okay. So here's an example of a bad one. All crows are black. Some cows are black. Conclusion: some cows are crows.
Oh yeah, that doesn't. Yeah, that some cows are not.
Now, crows. Obviously, we all know that some cows are not crows. There are no cows, in fact, that are crows. Right? So the idea here is for you to look at those premises. All crows are black.
Mm-hmm.
Some cows are black, and say, well, what's wrong with this here? Why is this? It seems to logically follow, but you know that it's logically wrong. You already know that it's wrong. Yeah. So how do you show, or what's wrong with it? Why is it not valid and sound?
Because the animal part, what makes the difference is that they are doesn't make the conclusion sound.
Right.
Because the differences comes with the animal, even though the color is black.
Right, because an animal is not just identified by its color.
Right.
That's perfect. Perfect. That's correct. You got it, man. That's the right answer. Yeah, there's more to a crow than just it being black.
Right.
It also needs to be a winged beast. It also needs to have, orange feet. It also needs this, and it also needs that. And then the black cow has none of those things.
Right.
Right. Perfect. Yep. You get it. Good for you. Peace and respect, Uncle Fatty. Syllogism: premises, conclusion equals truth, sound, and valid. Right. Authenticates the irrationality without making new law or linguistic usage. That's correct. All that is true, Uncle Fatty. All right. So if I present this, if you don't mind, Von Erich, as you make breakfast, if you'd self-mute. All right. Uncle Fatty, tell me what you think about this, since you have some familiarity to begin with, some baseline. Let me go over this with you. And of course, you're welcome to hit that link. It's at the top of the side chat. Come on in, Uncle Fatty. Mankind is part of the creation of God and is finished when in heaven. God rests on the Sabbath from the finished creation. God's Sabbath rest begins when mankind is in heaven. Bringing down the conclusion of Syllogism 1 into premise 1 of Syllogism 2. God's Sabbath rest begins when mankind is in heaven. God's Sabbath rest has happened in the past. Mankind has ascended into heaven in the past. and that would be like the completion of a planet. Again, bringing the conclusion down into premise 1 of Syllogism 3. Mankind has ascended into heaven in the past. Mankind has not ascended into heaven from this earth. Last conclusion, mankind ascended into heaven from some other earth. There you go. God also made rainbows and snowflakes and Karens. and bacteria that eats the body of a fly and creates white hair-like structures that or maybe it's not a bacteria. No, it's not a bacteria. It was a mold that eats its living host. And in some parts of the United States, you can see these little white puffballs flying around. And that's actually a fly with a mold on it. Goofy but gorgeous, and sometimes a smartass. Of course, all of this is an effort on my part in hopes that Christians might see that the tradition that they've been shown, the contextual reading frame for the Bible, is just incomplete. It just doesn't cover everything. And I think it's a bit of a shame, and it's a disservice to the believer when they're told that churches only talk about part of the story and they never finish talking about the story. I've gone to a lot of churches that say like I've listened to preachers that say they're whole Bible churches or a whole Bible preacher. And man, I'm showing they are not. They just aren't. Like, nobody talks about some of this stuff.
Well, yeah, that's true, because I guess because of the structure of the school system and the way they've been taught, I think that's probably why they consider themselves knowing the entire Bible, because they had the Bible that was, that was presented to them, that they was being taught to. And like you said, it's more than that. There's more findings that came out, more either scientific, academic, social findings and things like that. There's, like you said, there's more to the story.
Yeah, you are very, very correct. It's kind of a funny thing to be living in the age of information, because we now know, like, if you took early Christianity and you think, well, early Christians must certainly have had it right? Because they were like right after the events, you would think, right? So that they'd be most accurate. Well, that's not always true,
right?
Actually, because they didn't have like a high value price like money. They didn't have monetary values set to things like ancient tablets and papyrus, and they didn't have like shipping, and they didn't have internet, and they didn't have all of these things that we have today, where we can gather information and store it better, longer, with more accuracy than they ever could. So we actually know more now than the first Christians would have known about Christianity.
Oh yeah, I can see your point, because the way the way the earth evolved. So yeah, I can see. I put this right here. It says untranslated Hebrew words in the Garden of Eden narratives basically describe a specific kind of planet. So, which words untranslated? So, which words of Hebrew that is untranslated?
Right here.
Okay.
So this is every word in the description of the Garden of Eden. And if when you read of, like, say for instance, the King James, it reads the word Pishon, right? And you go, oh, Pishon, that's a river.
Mm-hmm.
And it reads the word Havilah, and you go, oh, Havilah, that's this area,
Mm-hmm.
right? But those words are literally not translated, because Pishon doesn't mean river. Pishon means increased through scattering.
In
Like
Hebrew,
growing,
you said
yeah.
it this. Oh, okay.
It's like the idea of scattering seeds. Now, rivers are not seed scatterers, but the Hebrew word that got translated to mean the river Pishon means to increase by scattering, like a farmer, right? And the word Havilah, it means spiraling, like spinning in little circles while making a big circle. Spiraling, like a spirograph, if you remember that toy. If you're old enough for a spirograph, I am. So Havilah doesn't mean a landmass or place or an area. It means spiraling. But when you read it in the King James, etc., it doesn't read spiraling. It reads Havilah. Well, that's untranslated. It's an untranslated word. They didn't translate it.
Hold up. So, now this is interesting right here. So, are you saying what we reading or what is being read doesn't match up to Hebrew? These are things that was added, or words that was added?
No, I'm not saying that anything was added or subtracted. I'm just saying that they didn't. Okay, they saw certain things and it looked like a name.
Right.
Name of a place, name of a river, whatever, like that. And they just gave you the word untranslated. Like in English, what does Havilah mean? Nothing. It doesn't mean a darn thing, right? Like the word Euphrates. What does Euphrates mean in English? It just means the Euphrates River, right? So they didn't translate it. But the word Euphrates has a meaning to the Hebrew people. And if you write down those meanings,
Mm-hmm.
it doesn't change the story, but it makes the story more clear. So there's the word for word from the Hebrew into the English idea equivalent, right?
Uh-huh.
Like Ethiopia means the word black. It means, darkness. It means black. That's what Ethiopia means, right?
Right.
And then of course, if I took just the definitions from the same words, right? And I just said the definitions of those words. It's sparkling, cheerful mankind. That's a nice thing to call us, right?
Mm-hmm.
Pleasant place, furnished a potion, hedged about, like trapped, like in a garden, right? A realized time, people breaking forth, extant or existing, sprawling, chief time, place, rank, yeah, the chief thing, primary, sprawling, and all of these ideas like that, right? And then if I make that into English sentences, it sounds like this: sparkling mankind to be at a pleasant place, was furnished a potion to be hedged about at when the time is realized. So at a specific time and time space. People breaking through to exist, scattered for the chief time in a primary and spiraling timely place, where there is a shimmering, that's a typo, a shimmering earth of him meaning God, an earth made good, and them there to be divided as a pearl, like a precious stone, to be stones and family building blocks, to be blanched to build family of him of the recognizable name, meaning Jesus. A sparkling duplicate of shining people to burst forth for him, referring back to the last proper, which would be Jesus. He will surround the whole earth with blackness, which we are, outer space. So him of the recognizable name will shine. So darkness and light, that narrative that Jesus is the way, the truth, and the light. The triad will sparkle rapidly as he walks toward to project himself eastward, successfully making cheerful those sprawled out, seated, or us, cheerfully breaking forth. Isn't that pleasant? It's very complimentary and sweet. Yeah. And romantic a bit. I like it a lot.
It's interesting too.
So, peace and respect, Marty.
Go ahead.
I said peace and respect, Marty. Just noticed her.
Now, I just wanted, as far as, because you said as far as the Hebrew, which Hebrew we speaking of?
The Tanakh.
Even though, because we get into, like what you said, syllogism, and the person brought up as far as the linguistics, don't this also determines the type of Hebrew or which Hebrew you're speaking of too? Because it's different types of Hebrews and dialects too.
Yeah. Okay. Now, what I'm referring to is biblical Hebrew, right?
Right, so that's why, which be biblical Hebrew?
I'm not aware that there are different biblical Hebrews, because there's only one Tanakh, there's only one Torah to refer to in the Hebrew. And this is, of course, the Garden of Eden narrative. So it's in that Hebrew.
Well, yeah, it's different parts of different parts of even in the Tanakh Hebrew. You still got different dialects of Hebrew. You have the Paleo, you got historical Hebrew, modern day Hebrew.
It's definitely not modern. No, it's historical, biblical, historical Hebrew.
Yeah, you still have when you get into that, you still have to get as far as which part of town did the Hebrew which it came out of. You have Mandarin over in Asia area, a mixture of Hebrew within that culture, African culture. Then you have the Western culture. So you have different Hebrews that they bring it back as far as even in the biblical. So that's why I was like, when you were saying that in Hebrew, that it's not in which Hebrew that you're speaking of, especially when Hebrew at one time was a language that was almost extinct.
Right. It's been restored. Well,
Right.
as you point out, and unfortunately I can't answer, because this is a restored text in the Hebrew of the time and place. And they claim it was written down beforehand, before time, but those actual scrolls were lost, and then they pieced it all back together. So all I can say, it's the Hebrew from when they pieced it all back together. That's all I can say.
Yeah, it's like, because when I did some research and study, I did the Hebrew and then a little bit of the Greek, and surprisingly, geese. It was written when they was finding those things. It was also still written in geese also. I didn't go as far as over in the Asia area in the Mandarin language, but it was in. If you go on the website, the Church of England's, not called the Church of England, but it's a library. It's a spiritual library in England that they collect historical writings from all over the world, but they have different language of text. It's just as old as Hebrew.
Well, I'm afraid I can only do the best that we can do. Peace and respect, Ashra. Welcome.
Yeah, I'm peace and respect. I might be able to answer some of your questions. I'm not like a formally trained Hebrew linguist, but that's ultimately what I want to do, or rather, like ancient Semitic languages comparative. But yeah, I mean, so the thing is, Hebrew never was a dead language. It wasn't used really in common speech. I mean, like it wasn't used as a, I forget what the term is, like it wasn't like a common language just used for everyday speech, but it was still used within religious spheres, whether it was liturgical, so in the writing of prayers, or just in reciting prayers, but then also in the discussion of religious concepts. But what's interesting is that once you reach a certain point, that starts to become I'm pretty sure like the writings of my mom. Actually, no, because so a lot of them, they did continue to write in Hebrew, um, given some of the grammar changes over the generations, but like it never stopped. It never fell out of use as a known language, just in terms of how much it was used and in what ways. And that itself had religious undertones, because it's this idea of, well, if the language is so divine, some people just have this belief that if you have the like writing of God's name, or any of God's names, that you can't like destroy, you can't erase that, you can't like burn it, you have to, like, at most it has to be buried or just preserved. And so with that, some people extend that to the entire Hebrew language, and that's like a very extreme form, but where they basically believe that the Hebrew language should only be used for religious reasons, and everything else should be like the common tongue.
That's interesting, because I see so many structures in the Hebrew language, in like gematria, etc., that shows me that it is like intrinsically and deeply making the effort to teach these things, and that it would be hard to use it for something else.
I mean, why would it make it hard for something else?
Okay, well, of course you could use I could use like only words from the Old Testament to describe something else. I guess that's not a great. No, I think that's just an altogether bad statement. I'm going to retract that and say it's not hard to use for something else, but it seems like it's like structured to teach this. I'll stay with that.
Yeah, but it's still, even though it's like any other language, even with Hebrew, you still have, you said that it wasn't being used. That is true. But the part that was being used, you still have different dialects. You have different people, different dialects of all languages, just about any language. Someone said about written Hebrew was kinda standardized by scribes. Kinda. It wasn't. And then you have different scribes. You have Coptic scribes, you had Hebrew scribes, you had Greek scribes, you have different scribes and people in different languages. And even within that language, you have different dialects. Even in Africa, they have Hebrew, but they don't speak the same westernized Hebrew. They have a dialect within their Hebrew, within their culture. So you still
Yeah,
have
but it doesn't change what the text is. It changes how the text is rendered, or how people put that into vote, how people put that into their own voice. And so like it's very clearly demonstrated. You could see the difference between people reciting in a traditional Ashkenazi dialect versus a traditional Sephardi versus a traditional like Persian Jewish verses. I think one of the ones that's most interesting is the Yemenite tradition. But the point being is they're all reading the same text, and there is no difference in the text that they're reading, at least by now, because of the standardization that did happen. I'm not saying that there weren't different ways of spelling certain words. I mean, even in even in the Hebrew Bible, there's instances where people differ on how they think it should be rendered with the with a nikudot with the vowels. So yeah, it's not cut and dry, but in terms of like what's actually written, it is the same, and people like there isn't a different dialect in how it's written. Though I mean, you do have stuff like the was it the Peshitta? I think it, which is or no, was it? Oh, sorry, I'm rusty. But basically, you have like the Aramaic forms of that, but that's not a different dialect. That's just a different language.
No, but it's different. Okay, that's fine, but you still have differences within their language. You have some standardized, and then you have differences, especially when if the vowels was added. You had even if I was in just like Coptic and Geese is different in different language, correct?
Wait, but hold on, because Ge'ez is a Semitic language, whereas Coptic, I think, is different.
But it's not Hebrew language.
Yeah, but why are you comparing those two languages?
No, I'm just trying to tell you have different languages, right? You have different language, right? But they have the standard as far as the biblical text?
Hey, can you guys keep this going long enough for me to go have a cigarette?
I don't know. I can't be on for that long. But what
Oh,
I
okay.
was going to say, what I was going to say is that I think it would be a mistake to associate the entire or at least to assume that the entire Hebrew language is contained within the corpus of the Hebrew Bible, because I mean, frankly, that's just what we have preserved. But there's plenty of words that didn't make it into that text for one reason or another. Yet it doesn't change the fact that they were Hebrew words.
No, that's not what I'm getting at as far as that. I'm getting at as far as the differences within the languages, and even when you have vowels and things like that, how do they have to make a decision as far as what is going to be in and what is going to be out?
I guess at the end of the day, it kind of just depends on what makes something a dialect versus just a difference in pronunciation.
It's just like in Arabic, right? They have different dialects in Arabic, and you may have, if you don't say the word correctly, it means something else. Isn't that the same as in the Hebrew language also?
I mean,
Vaughn,
I guess so. It's just maybe the reason why I didn't really consider it that way is because for the most part, like yeah, you have people having like a different dialect in how they pronounce it, but I'd almost consider that separate, because really the different dialects would be more associated with, for instance, Yiddish or Ladino or Judeo-Arabic or what else? You have like a bunch of these pidgin or Creole languages that emerge, and so it's like when you say dialect, I'm like, to me, I don't know. It might be a false assumption. It might be because I'm kind of tired, but I'm just kind of associating that with the way of speech, or rather like the language of speech. But no, you're right. I mean, there are different pronunciations. To me, I always just consider that different pronunciations or accents.
Because when I talk to uh, Ethiopian and Israel Ethiopian, some of their dialects that was in their Hebrew is what they taught. It's a Western, and it was some of it because you had people that traveled over in that area and they combined their language and things like that. So some of their language, the dialect is different, and it can have a different meaning on it.
I think, Vaughn, that would only be a problem if a person were using the spellings of mixed dialects simultaneously in one work. Now, if somebody did that, it'd be just a damn mess, right? And you'd have to really know all the different dialects to sort something like that out. Luckily, we are not subject to that kind of a task, because that isn't how things were written down anywhere. That no one ever made that mistake and then called it, an actual piece of literature.
Mm.
It's like the that recent movie. What is it? Adam Sandler, where the woman speaks English along with Spanish mixed together. Spanglish. And yeah, some people actually speak Spanglish, but that's like a real specialty thing. And I can't imagine like someone writing a dictionary in Spanglish. You see what I'm saying? It would just be all mixed up. Be so hard to figure out what they're doing there.
Mm-hmm.
Or I don't find Harry Potter in Spanglish.
I mean, I'd say that to make a dictionary isn't that difficult. I mean, after all, we have an English dictionary, and just look at all the words that aren't English that are in English. Like, I mean, just atmosphere, for instance, taking two Greek roots, smishing them together, and getting a word that doesn't even exist in Greek. At least I think it would be like slightly different.
Oh, sure.
Right. You see, that's the thing. So, just on that, what you just said, who makes a decision to say what's right and what's wrong? Then.
Well, it's not a question of who makes the decision, what's right and what's wrong. The question is, does communication happen accurately?
Okay, let's go with that.
We all need. Sorry, go ahead.
I was saying, okay, let's go with that. Who makes that decision, though?
Well, it's just like you and I are using an agreed upon language right now.
Mm-hmm.
And if I started throwing something, or you are more likely to have a second language than I am, I'm so restricted to just English.
Mm-hmm.
If you started throwing other things in there with it, I'd just be at a loss. I wouldn't be able to understand you. So communication wouldn't be happening.
No, what I'm saying is like when you just put the brought up Hebrew, right? And
Mm-hmm.
this is what it is. This is how it is because this is what Hebrew, points out.
Mm-hmm.
And actually, like you said, this word is not even in. With this word right here means this in Hebrew,
Mm-hmm.
right? So, and it's not in. I think you said it's not in the text, or it says something else in the English text, right?
You can turn off your cam, Tyler, if you want. Yeah, well, I said some of the words were not translated. We weren't given the equivalent. They left them as proprietary terms. Like instead of saying long, thin, in English, you'd have to say long, thin, white wheat. I'm sorry, wheat noodle.
Mm-hmm.
Instead, we just say spaghetti. Right?
Mm-hmm.
But the word spaghetti doesn't actually, it's not an English word. It's from some other language, and we're talking about it so that's what they did when they were doing the translations. Like the word Havilah, it has a meaning, but they just wrote the word Havilah, and when you read it in English, it doesn't give you its intrinsic meaning because it wasn't translated.
I mean, that being said, it's not quite a word. It's more so a name. It's like the name of land.
Right. Or like the word gold. The Hebrew word for gold means it's sparkling and shimmering, but it's actually a reference to like a fairly still lake and the sun shining off the lake. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not only the idea of the metal, it's also the idea of clean water, depending on how it's used. But they just wrote the word gold. And I disagree with that translation that it shouldn't be read gold.
Okay.
Because in context overall, since it's describing a place for God's children, that's an okay or good place to live, right? That it's like clean and that you can breathe the air and stuff. It's talking about the whole planet. So the word gold there should have been been translated clean water.
Right. See, that's the thing. It's like, well, we may have to look at some of these things differently then.
And the evidence that I'm correct, that's what I'm trying to say. The evidence that I'm correct is that if God is no God of confusion, and if God's describing the earth and we can find the earth because we're on it, and if you take it the other way, the way it's traditionally looked at, and you take those as like directions to find the Garden of Eden, Guess what? Nobody can find it, and that's confusing. So where I can verify the location of the Garden of Eden, looking at it as I do, and things are quite clear and unmistakable, the tradition leaves you puzzling over where to find this land that doesn't seem to exist, or maybe did exist at one time, and erosion and weathering erased it from your sight. I don't know.
I mean,
there's another Earth.
Or
yeah, if I just say it's the whole planet, it's pretty clear.
Yeah, there's also a tradition. I mean, given it is a bit more like pre-modern, but like it is closer to modern. But where it actually renders the four streams, and I actually, um, the this one crush I have, she was the one who like connected it for me for the first time. She's not even Jewish, but I thought it was fascinating how she saw it in a way that nobody ever had pointed out to me. But basically, that the four rivers that flow from Eden, or from the, I think implicitly also the tree of life, but that because this one text talks about them being these four like channels of energy that distribute like energy throughout the, I think it says like the brain or the mind, but basically she mentioned that it has like some parallels to the idea of like the four ventricles of the brain and cerebral spinal fluid. And I don't know, it was really fascinating. But basically, that this text talks about how Eden, because what Eden means is pleasure, how it's actually referring to a part of the brain that like was able to give people this kind of like infinite pleasure. And it's like now the idea is kind of like without that Eden, we're seeking to recreate that. And hence, why we do recreational activities, whether that be sporting, whether that be like anything to kind of get back to that place to. And so I think in some ways it's almost like this flow state, but like flow state manifest in a place.
So you saying it does? So you saying it may not? Does it sound like you speaking Quantandra? So you saying, because you just described as far as Eden within us, right? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, but again, that's not to say that there wasn't like a physical Eden.
A physical Eden. Okay.
Yeah, but it's like a multi-level interpretation. But
right.
I think the physical Eden, honestly, is the entire world. And then you have this idea of like, then you have this boundary that's placed by God, and that's like when you start to have the division up of lands. And also, like in some ways, that's when it's not just Adam and Eve, but then their children and their children's children. And
right.
I mean, again, I view it as highly metaphorical, and that if there's multiple levels of truth, then I kind of tend to view it in the probably like the most metaphorical, but not to say there's not more there. But I do think that you could read it as either the entire world, or alternatively it could just be a reference to like the mountain of God, where you have this idea of like the garden on top of the mountain, the high place. It's a whole motif in ancient Israelite culture, or rather in the Near Eastern.
Yeah, I think everything that you said.
Real quick. Sorry, Vaughn. Real quick point of administration. This is one of the higher viewer counts I've ever had, and if you guys would please pet the algorithm, it'll make it much happier. Go ahead, Vaughn.
Ariel, I think what you said is all. I take it all. I think all what you said is good points of view, especially in different areas that you've spoken. We call that in rap music. We call that quatandra. We got a triple quatandra and quadruple quatandras. That's how Kendrick Lamar and J. Cole, when they rap, they speak in those type of ways. When you take words and put it within a context, and it means many different things.
Right, like if you said that one rapper who's he's apparently like interacted with people under 18 a couple times, maybe by accident, maybe on purpose.
Which one?
And then
we ain't talking about.
and then another rapper commented on that and said that he was doing his rap in A minor.
Right.
That it was a double entendre. He had a double meaning there.
Double meaning, right?
Yeah.
You want to stop? You just muted yourself, Ernie.
Oh no, I was just I know who you're talking about now.
That's you're right. Yeah.
I'm afraid I'm not enough of a fan to memorize the names, Asher. I'm sorry.
K Dot and Drake was the other guy. But you have a couple rappers that speak like that.
Welcome, Tyler Johnson, and we would give you the floor for a few minutes if you came in to say something specific, or if you're just hanging out, that's fine too. Just tell us.
Yeah, like I mean, to me, like since our recent conversation, you have you know, well, I mean, you can stop me if you want to stop me, all right, Richard?
Go ahead and speak, man.
All right, so you know, my interpretation of hell is Sheol, and how that's technically like misinterpreted. I mean, it's like a misinterpreted understanding of nature and how you can't accumulate knowledge, and how you're just stuck in a almost like a Luddite, or like a you're stuck in like some technological singularity. You don't know how to you don't know how these people like built the Acropolis, or what like the Acropolis. You know the Acropolis. Like you don't know how these you know, you don't know how these people like, you know, created all these things, and you're just like, you know, basically like you know, just any other person really, but you don't know how like these architects, you know, created everything. And then you have like the interpretation of what's happening now, and I think it's a misrepresentation of Tesla, because Tesla, I mean, I just watched a video like I mean, I kind of like, you know, I kind of drop a lot of names, but like so that like there's like a misrepresentation of what the flat earthers believe that Tesla is saying about this free energy, and how like it's, you know, coming from like an electromagnetic source within the earth, which just isn't, I mean, it just can't be like entropically true, and entropy is I'm guessing it's comes after you know, Tesla and the Great Depression and everything, and how he just overdid all of his inventions and didn't really write a lot of works, and was basically like a monadologist, and followed, you know, Aristotle, and how these people just transfigured this, you know, what is called like what is known. I mean, this is really what like Neil deGrasse Tyson believes in. It's the steady state theory, and it's I mean, it's the most crucial atheist understanding like interpretation of cosmology, when cosmology has been hijacked by like this it's called the arrow of time, which is actually a it's called the inflation theory of the Big Bang, where like
Right.
the universe is supposed to end in 100 billion years. And so they have all these mathematics that are essentially supplied by the Hubble Space Telescope, and the mathematics like revolve around how there's the Hubble equation, or it's something like the Hubble equation, where they figured out like the actual, you know, kilometers, 299,000 miles per hour. Sorry, 2 kilometers per hour, or kilometers per second rather. And so they've quantum mechanics has been around, I'd say since, you know, I mean, well, the Egyptians did not use numbers, or maybe they used numbers, but they didn't go past 10 or something. I mean, they didn't have a zero or something like that.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, like they didn't go
Okay.
like to the Deca. I'm pretty
Tyler,
sure.
you're covering too many topics too fast for anyone to really talk to you about it. Although I'm sure these guys would love to talk to you about it. You're going too fast, man. You got to slow us down.
Yeah, question. What on earth does Shale have to do with what were you connecting that to?
How flat Earth is just misinformation, and basically like a psychological operation for truthers to latch onto without actually recognizing any sort of like wisdomatic or wisdom seeking.
What's that have to do with
truth.
Sheol?
Sheol is hell in Hebrew, and that's
No, it
essentially
isn't.
where
No,
you're
it isn't.
deceived. I'm
That's
sorry?
that's something that you only get after Christians start translating the Hebrew Bible within their context. I mean,
Like after 1524, like when the J was invented or something like that.
I mean, like yeah, that Because like most translations, like if you look at it within like a Jewish context, Sheol just is understood as the pit. I mean, the thing is, obviously, there's more that's tagged onto that. It's like it gets understood kind of within this idea of almost like purgatory, but not like within this like punishing sense, more so just within like it's a time like this realm where you have to cleanse yourself. But I mean, really at its core, it's just this idea of basically almost like an animated death, or like an existence where you're like existing in this underworld. But for lack of a better term, it's kind of just like, imagine like you're aware but you can't really move, or you can't feed yourself. It's pretty similar to other ancient Near Eastern depictions of the underworld. It's not this idea of a punishing hell. Like you
Well,
don't have it,
I mean, I should say, like, for clarification, like the last time when I was like talking in like the continuation from flow state, I mean, whenever you try to assert like a epigenetic law, well, it's called epignosis, which is awareness. And whenever you try to actually like assert something that is like, I mean, you could call it like biblically accurate, or like etymology. I can't say that.
Etymologically.
Etymologically accurate. So, thank you, Richard. That was very crucial. Almost embarrassed myself there. So okay, not gonna try that again. But like whenever you're trying to use this dialect, and you're trying to like actually assert like a accurate like notation that is like 100% definitive. I mean, it's just never gonna be.
No, I'm saying you should
It's just never gonna be true. So
I'm saying you should look at Hebrew tradition. Don't just go off of what you see in your translation, because I'm guessing you don't speak Hebrew.
I
don't know. I don't think I know a single word. Yeah, you're right.
So wait a minute. So
yeah,
that's a good question, Eric. I would like to. You said we have to look at the tradition also when we interpret Hebrew, and how would we go about that? How would you go about that? Because you don't Hebrews has many different traditions. So where do we start as far as that?
Well, I mean, you could look at any number of them, but I think probably look at you know, basically what I'm saying is, if you search if you go to like a good place to go would be Safaria.org. It has a lot, almost all. I mean, obviously not all, but like nearly every digitized like Hebrew text that's like relevant liturgically.
Right.
And so with that, a lot of it, not all of it, but a lot of it's translated, and people are constantly translating more. And again, no translation is going to be perfect, but at least then you could get some context into how people who did speak Hebrew understood this idea of Sheol. And again, I'm not saying that that's inherently how it was understood in the ancient Near East. Frankly, I think it was understood very differently than how it's understood now, as I actually made clear. That in the ancient Near East, it was very much like this idea of like, it's kind of, you have no ability to exact your own will. You're just kind of almost like stuck, like a frozen statue. The food there is dust, and so that's part of the reason why people would give food and drink offerings, because in Sheol they can't grow anything for their own. But again, that gets changed later. But if you do look, at the was it in the tradition of what is, I think it's, yeah, Ecclesiastes, it's better it's better to be a living dog than a dead lion. Like clearly stating that it doesn't matter how glorious you are, it's better to be alive than dead. And the reason is because, and if you continue, it's because for I forget exactly how it goes, but basically for a dead lion knows not.
Okay. Oh, I see. So, what would translation of hell be then in Hebrew?
So that's where it actually gets interesting. What people later end up translating as hell is not anything close to that. It's actually Hades. And so it's understood as, well, see, that's the thing. A lot of the Christian understanding about the underworld, and actually, as well as that, also some of the rabbinic understandings of the underworld have a lot of, they're taken a lot from both Greek mythology as well as philosophy. And so, I mean, just the fact that names like Tartarus, Hades, that they're preserved in the New Testament, it shows that a lot of their ideas, both about eschatology as well as just like what happens after you die, were taken from this Greek. And I mean, it makes sense because they were living in a Greek world.
Oh, I see. Okay, so that's okay. So it will be a Greek tradition, really, actually.
Yes,
but
if you look at the New Testament, look any place where it says hell or like like the pit of fire or the pit. And so in that case, the pit, it's not Sheol, the pit is Tartarus,
right.
and hell would be Hades. And what's interesting is that you have this idea that if you're bad, you go to hell. But really, in the Greek world, everybody went to Hades, and only the gods went to Olympus. And that's kind of what heaven would be comparable into this idea. It's the kingdom of God or the kingdom of the gods. And so it's almost, within the Christian narrative, if you follow Jesus, then you'll be able to escape death, escape Hades, escape hell, and you'll be able to ascend to the top of Olympus, or in this case, heaven.
Okay.
So is Tartarus like a etymologically accurate word for heaven, you said in Hebrew?
No.
So
Tartarus.
what is Tartarus?
Tartarus
what is Tartarus?
Tartarus is the pit where the Titans were condemned after they tried. I'm rusty on my Greek myth, but it's the place where the most evil of the evil were sent. And this
so it's like worse than Sheol?
No, Sheol doesn't have this negative connotation.
Oh, right. Sheol just means pit. That's
yeah, it can also mean the grave. It's like this very literal thing. Like basically, people end up personifying or like making this thing, which is literally just the pit or the grave where a body is put into this. Like you have to imagine, because it's hard to imagine that your loved ones are just that they're just disintegrating into the earth, and so you have to imagine this continued existence in this pit, in this grave.
Oh, okay. So basically, if I was to use that word pit, I would have to add more context to it instead of just using that word, correct? Like I would have to make a description when I use that word Sheol.
I mean, it's very specifically the context of like the burial pit or the burial grave. Like
burial. Okay.
So Tartarus, like there's actual like living demons in or like disembodied beings in Tartarus, whereas Sheol, like there's actually no demons at all. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, that's what he's saying. Yeah. Well, so how is it described? You know the story of Abraham with the rich ruler? He was supposed to have been in hell. How is that? Is that in the that's in the Tanakh, correct? That story?
Wait, you mean where he's something? Do you mean with a furnace or something?
Yeah. Abraham speaking to the rich ruler.
I mean, there's never anything about it being hell.
It's not okay. So how is it described in that story as far as where the person is at?
I mean, do you have like where in the Bible this is from that I could look up?
Okay, let me see if I can. Y'all can go ahead and talk. I'm gonna see if I can get that.
But yeah, Tyler, how does any of this connect to the idea of the flat Earth, though?
Well, just because like you have like no teacher, you have no guide, you have no spirit, you have no. I mean, I wouldn't imagine you even have a soul, like well, I mean, like a place called hell. I mean, you just have like I mean, you have no free will in hell.
Yeah,
I don't really know how to take it I don't really know how to take the concept of like I don't know, self-control or
No, if I could make a tiny correction, Tartarus wasn't a place of punishment. It was basically the way you're describing Sheol, except it was like an underground cavern that the dead walked around as shadows. And like this Tyler, I guess your name, or Taylor.
Who was sent to Tartarus?
Huh?
Who was sent to?
Well, no,
Everybody,
my
all
problem
humans.
That's not correct.
problem is why does it seem, well, I mean, is this like is it okay for me to ask, like, why does it seem that, like, when the Romans came to power, that everything was like, everyone started getting, like, put on fire, where, I mean, I heard recently, like, people were being held, captive or imprisoned in certain areas of the Sphinx, or like people were held in Plato's cave, or, like, the caves, um or there was like those types of reason, there was like those ways to, like, starve people out or something. But then all of a sudden, like, it's just seemed to, like, get, like, just a lot more gory. And I mean, I'm kind of confused about that, like, why, like, that devolute, like, oh, no, I shouldn't call it devil, well, I guess it is devolution. Like, why did that, like, devolution have to take
Depends on the emperor.
place?
Depends on the emperor, and also just the socio-political stuff that was going on at the time. Just like, after 9/11, things got really rough in America, and what we did to our prisoners. But hopefully now things are better.
Oh, I'm sorry, Ariel. It's in the New Testament. I'm sorry. It wouldn't be in it tonight. My bad.
But yeah, someone was making the claim that everybody went to Tartarus. I think
Hillary
no,
did.
you're talking about Hades.
Okay, well, it's the abode of Hades. Hades was the god that ruled over it.
No, but it was Hades also ruled over Hades. The entire place was Hades, and it was and see, it's kind of interesting because you also have the same thing with Yam. Yam was the god of the sea. Yam's also the word for sea. Similar with Mot. Mot is death. So actually, it's a perfect parallel. Hades is like the god of death. Hades is also the underworld. And with Mot, Mot is the god of death, but Mot is also death. So he rules over the realm of death, although it's understood as Sheol. But basically within this, so you have the asphodel fields, which is where the heroes are sent. You have the is it wait, oh my god, no, the Elysian fields, which is where the heroes are sent. The the fields of asphodel or something, or asphodel plains, I forget exactly what it is. That's kind of like where just the, if you're not bad or not terribly good, where you're sent, that's more like Sheol. And then you have Tartarus, which is where the damned are sent.
I just looked it up on Wikipedia, and you are correct.
So I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but like your interpretation of Hades just seems like the end times.
No.
So how is your interpretation, like, not just anything other than just, like, I don't understand, like, how it has anything to do with, like, a realistic interpretation of, like, expecting evil, or like understanding, like, evil exists, and like trying to come up with, like, some camaraderie to, like, defeat the evil, like, in the sense that, like, there's all these, like, people being held, like, I mean, you said, like, the Titans are being held captive or something against, like, I mean, at the people's mercy. So, like, I just don't understand, like how, like, I mean, how, like, in, like, your interpretation of Hades is even realistic, if, I mean, if it's just like a figment of your imagination. And
this isn't my interpretation of Hades. This is traditional Greek myth.
Yeah, what he's describing is the way they say it on Wikipedia. So apparently lots of scholars agree.
I mean, if you just read the Greek myths, that's what's there. I mean, given there's multiple different myths from multiple different storytellers, but like that's pretty much consistent across them. I'm not saying that's what reality is. I'm saying that's what their tradition was.
And I'd like to take this moment to say peace and respect and welcome Sammy and also Hillary's. And I know both of you better. Hey, what's up, sexy man? I know both of you better than you know each other. Actually, Hillary's brain and Asher's brain remind me of each other.
Interesting.
We've spoken a few times. It's just that I don't come on camera, so if you don't recognize the name, you wouldn't recognize.
Oh, I do. Also the voice.
Okay, cool.
So then what's what's your interpretation of like heaven? Or I mean, what is like an interpretation of like ascension or something? I mean, does it just like have to do with the logos?
Well, do you want my interpretation or do you want the traditional interpretation? If so, which
Well,
tradition?
yeah, like I guess the traditional professional interpretation, please.
So being what, like the rabbinic tradition?
Yeah, like anything to do with religion. I mean,
Yeah.
yeah.
I mean, the way that most rabbinic Jews understand the idea of heaven is that it's not like a place, it's more so like in the same way that our planet exists in our universe, that like it's on like some other plane. So it's not like, somewhere that you can physically reach in the way that people in the ancient world would have understood it. Because frankly, I think that if you like, in all honesty, I think that if you go far back enough, Shamayim gets understood as either the realm of the gods or
Sammy.
the realm of God. Shamayim means oh, hey Sammy, what's up? But basically Shamayim not only means the skies, it's also like what it was the name of the god of the heavens, which was Shamayim, which is like parallel to Uranus. But the thing is that within that, it's not like the realm of the gods was kind of like it peaked into the sky, but it wasn't necessarily like up in the heavens like we'd think of it traditionally now, because it was usually at the top of a mountain. Sometimes it would be understood that that mountain like went beyond Earth and into the heavens, but still it's like not quite in space like we would think of it. And so, but I mean, as time progresses and there's more exposure to Hellenism, then you have this idea of like this, different realm existing, and that it's like, it picks up all these ideas from a bunch of other traditions, but they end up getting kind of retrojected into people's understanding of these ancient texts. And so, like, at the end of the day, that's more or less how every tradition develops, just, obviously with, different ways of developing, but there, you always have that type of influence. But as for how I understand heaven, I mean, I don't understand heaven. I think anybody who claims they do is,
Well, your interpretation of the ether, like I mean, the aether, however you pronounce it, because that is like the chronological, biblical, I mean, religious, like understanding of how this world is. I mean, the Greeks called it a cosmos, and like that's their understanding of like how there is like a malleable deity that, well, I mean, I guess you would call it a god, like a mythical god, and that like ether somehow just controls everything. I mean, because you don't have like without like a descriptive individuality of like what like a human is from void, then you can't really interpret what is like actually the immaterial. So you can't really, can you hear me? Okay, you can't really account for what is like actually like going on between your two ears or between your eyeballs when you're trying to like come up with some other interpretation that isn't like a like a justification for this substance that creates this I mean, like you said, divide or something, like like whether it's like a descriptive, whether it's like a descriptive hell or like a descriptive purgatory, or whether that's not supposed to be like just demolished, or like however you're supposed to interpret. I mean, the big question is what is like the Hebrew difference, like because the Hebrews wouldn't have interpreted atomism, and then you're just left with the aether, and the aether is like a it's like it's chronologically uninterpreted. I mean, it has no chronological interpretation, and that's how everyone can ascend to another heaven in another earth, like without us even knowing it. I mean, just scientifically. So I don't really know. I don't really have a question there. Maybe like what do you know what the word is for aether in Hebrew, sir?
I mean, that's the thing. I don't think there necessarily is one. I mean, how do you interpret aether? Because there's different depending on what context, it can mean different things. Also, how are you spelling it? Like with an AE?
Well,
Yes.
I mean, I just understand that as like, you know, I mean, like if you're an atheist, you're against theism. If you're if you're an atheist, you're against deism. If you're an atheist, you're against the ether. Like that's how I interpret it. I mean, if you're an
Wait,
atomist, you're against.
No.
No.
No, aether is just an alternate pronunciation of ether.
no, I mean, there are different contexts.
Yeah, it's just space time, right? It's just that which everything else is in. Whatever causes light to propagate.
Well, but what I'm saying is, like, depending on what context, it could be referring to that. It could also be referring to, like somewhat of a deity or like an entity. It, I mean,
Okay.
Here, let me see if I can find this. All right, Aether. So are you talking about like the idea of quintessence?
Yeah, I've heard of that before. I mean, that's what I've heard from
Fifth
the
element.
Paraphesian.
So basically spirit.
So what's the term? What's the word for spirit in Hebrew, if you don't mind?
Well, I mean, it's not literally like it's not a direct translation. It's just because they're like sometimes people understand like aether as the fifth element, but usually like at least in a Western context that's like more disconnected from ancient Greek, you might just hear it referred to as spirit. But
Yeah, I mean, well, I mean, I understand like the opposite of a spirit to be a soul, and soul means psychology and or ego or organon, which is the beautiful in Greek.
Isn't a similar word or the word for breath often used, Ashura?
yeah, ruach.
I mean, I think that's like, well, air is like honestly like pew, and it's like pew or new, and then they have like
In Greek, it's
pneumonia or something.
But in Hebrew, they just use the word breath to mean spirit. So if you have the breath of life, you know you've got a spirit within you. And then in the Bible, as I understand it, a soul is a body with a spirit within it.
Which God breathed into it.
You're not wrong. You're
right.
Not. It's not the only way it's understood, but it is correct.
I mean, have you heard as the interpretation of Yahweh good and evil? Is that a correct interpretation or wrong?
I've never heard that. I mean, from what I'm aware of, it's at least what seems the most likely. You had a group. I think they're referenced in the Merneptah stele. It might be somewhere else, but they're referenced in an Egyptian text. The Shasu of Yewa, and it seems like there might have been a region called Yewa, and it's possible that that's where the Tetragrammaton emerged from. That it was like that the land was synonymous with a god similar to Assyria. Their god was Ashur, and so the way they called their land Ashur, their god was also Ashur.
So there's like so I thought there was like there's the Talmud, and then what's the other holy text of Judaism? Like there's like the Talmud, like which is like there's like the first 4 books of the Bible, and then there's like that other and then there's the Talmud.
So there's the Tanakh, which is the Torah, which is the 5 books of Moses. You have the Nevi'im, the prophets, which is like all the prophets, and then you have the Ketuvim, the writings, and that's basically everything else. So it's a lot more than just the Torah. And then you have the Talmud, which there's actually 2 Talmuds: the Talmud Bavli, which is the Babylonian Talmud, and the Talmud Yerushalmi. And there's really not a whole lot difference except for some rulings on certain things, but it's not really that substantive. But because the Jewish community in Roman controlled Israel, or like Judea / Palestine, was being decimated and forced away from their holy sites, the Babylonian Talmud ended up becoming much more like more people put their thoughts into it. But it's also not one text, it's a compilation of different people's opinions. And just because something's in the Talmud doesn't mean that Judaism holds to it. There's a lot of people who have opinions in the Talmud, and they're lauded as fools for having those opinions. So you have to read everything in context. But the Talmud, like some people, especially over time, have kind of divinized it, made it into this holy text. But really, it's more so just a compendium of Jewish jurisprudence and like precedent and philosophy, even a little bit of jokes, but mainly a lot of like law, like rulings on like, if this is this, then
Well,
do
what do you
this.
mean by jokes? What do you mean by jokes? Like actual jokes or parables or
Yeah, so like
jokes?
yeah. So here, let me find you an example. Like people who know this, you can just reference it by just saying like a tagline. So this one, I'm just going to search for. This too is Torah, and I must learn. So here, let's see, where is it? One of my so I'm reading this from a webpage. One of my absolute favorite Jewish expressions is found in one of the most outlandish stories in the Talmud, a collection of commentaries and stories explaining Jewish law and tradition. This is a pretty lofty thing to achieve, given how strange some of the parts of the Talmud are. But I really do think that this particular story about Rav Kahana might take the cake. In Tractate, which is a thematic section of Talmud, Barachot, which means blessings, 62a, colon 3, Rav Kahana follows his teacher Rav home and hides under Rav's bed. He waits there, listening and observing. When Rav and his wife get into bed together, when Rav discovers Rav Kahana in the bedroom, he scolds him and says such voyeurism is not how people should behave. Rav Kahana defends his actions by saying this too is Torah and I must learn. And I mean, the context to that was because before that's what his teacher told him. And so the joke is that he was taking it way too seriously, and so it's like within that joke, the lesson is like, obviously you shouldn't emulate that because, this guy, this Rav Kahana thought like, oh, I must learn Torah and I need to learn Torah and everything. Obviously, you still, you don't break other stuff in the act of doing that, whether that's, impeding on other people's privacy or breaking other mitzvot or commandments. But the point is that the lesson is found in the folly. And so that it's kind of like, I was just watching a video earlier or I guess yesterday, about South Park and like some of their most controversial moments. And one of them was literally a moment where they were criticizing the I think it was something about the whole like anti-ginger hate craze that started after their ginger episode of South Park. And the thing is, within the narrative, it was critiquing people who were discriminating against someone for, some minor characteristic that affected nothing but their outer appearance. But because there's kids who watched it and who didn't get that context, they ended up, recreating that behavior. Now, the problem is people don't understand that with like, if you basically, you're not really going to learn Talmud if you're not learning, in yeshiva, or you're not learning with someone, because I mean, frankly, it's not really that interesting to someone who doesn't have that background in it or that desire to study it. But the point though is that it's not the type of mistake that someone would easily make, because you're supposed to have guidance when learning. But again, inevitably, it's using humor in order to tell a lesson in what not to do.
You say you have different opinions, and also have different opinions from who those opinions come from?
Different rabbis. So you could think of it this way: with Wikipedia, theoretically anybody could edit it. So like anybody, I mean, given I guess the difference would be the access to it. So if you were a rabbi, if you were known in those circles, then people would take your opinion seriously and it would get recorded. Mm-hmm. But and so with this, it basically, think of it like a Wikipedia page. It looks like, just one consistent page, but really it's been written by multiple different people, and some of those things have been edited.
Okay. Oh, okay. And y'all have differences. Y'all have differences. I'm sorry. Somebody wanted to go?
Go ahead, brother.
Oh, and y'all have differences on those opinions? Is that the reason, because of the tradition?
So I mean, like, you know, there's what's in the Talmud. What's in the Talmud doesn't change. Well, I mean, unless, you know, it changes. But the point is that it's like it's or rather two Talmuds, the Babylonian and the Jerusalem Talmud, which wasn't actually composed in Jerusalem, but more accurately would be like the Judean or the Palestinian. It's also known as the Palestinian Talmud, but really the Babylonian one's the one of significance. And so with that, what is it? What was it? Oh yeah, so yeah, what it is nowadays, and also, I mean, going back basically for as long as you had the different communities didn't necessarily understand the same ways of interpreting it, so they would go back to the Talmud, and they would but basically these communities would decide which, you know, rulings from the rabbis they agreed with the most. So even though there's things in the Talmud that contradict other things because it's different people with different opinions, it was kind of like people, as long as it was a ruling by a rabbi in the Talmud, like rabbis in that time felt comfortable using that as a justification for following that tradition. And so that's how this idea of Masorah got started. Like how there's, or wait, not Masorah's tradition, but rather, what's the term? It's your musach. It means like your, not tradition, but kind of like your, I don't know how it would actually translate, but okay, musach meaning, let's see, Hebrew. How is that not showing? I am, that is weird. Oh, no, I need to search only for that. Okay, so it is masecha. Tractate or treatise is a masecha, but musach, I guess it's just like that which has been like adjudicated. I don't know exactly how you would translate it, but in any case, yeah, I think that should answer it.
Do you mind giving me a number? Do you mind giving me a number on the sorry? Do you mind giving me a number like when the cipher was like is, I mean, is a cipher a revised like Talmud or Tanakh, or was that like revised a specific
the what?
Like,
the Sefer.
The Sefer? Was that like, I mean, was that like written in a particular time, or is that like a historical Judaic text as well?
Wait, what are you talking about? Sefer just means book or scroll.
Oh, okay, my bad.
No worries.
You said the Palestinians has a Talmud?
I mean, it was so the reason it's called that is because after, was it Trajan or Titus? I forget which Roman emperor. Well, it was before he was emperor, but he ended up he ended up basically destroying a lot of the Jewish holy sites. He ended up renaming the region of Judea to Syria Palestina, and he renamed what was it, Jerusalem to Aelia Capitolina. And he like over the ruins of the temple, he rebuilt a temple to Jupiter Capitolinus. So like there's a lot of cultural erasure going on there. And like the thing is, at that time, because like I know there's a lot of people who like erase Palestinian people, and I think that's bullshit. Like the thing is that like whether or not they called themselves Palestinians, which I think that's kind of like people should focus less on that and more so just on the fact that there are these roots going back to ancient Jewish and ancient Samaritan communities. In fact, there's like very few Samaritans left, and it's because a lot of them ended up converting due to economic and societal pressure, and like it's actually interesting. There was a point in time where the Ottoman Empire wanted people to stop converting to Islam because it was affecting their the amount of taxes they were getting, because there was like a lower tax on Muslims, and so they wanted the higher tax. But anyway, the point though is that like basically this term Palestinian at that time just referred to like the same land of Canaan, then called Israel, after that called Judea, and after that called like Syria Palestina. And what's interesting is that so it wasn't even its own province. It was Syria Palestina. It included a good portion of the Syrian coast, and I think actually I need to see a map in front of me, but really you don't have a split between the different populations until some of them start converting to Christianity and to Islam, and then you have this like idea that the two populations are somehow different, when really all that changed was that some of them converted.
Oh, converted. I see. So those two tomos, are they completely different, or just they're pretty much the same, but it's just some differences?
I mean, I think there's some similarities, but it's more so there were different rabbis living in different parts of the world, and inevitably they would have taken some of the rulings they really liked from other parts. But I mean, more than anything, it's kind of like, imagine you were to watch I don't know, like a show that takes place in one city and then they make a spin-off and it takes place in another city. Obviously there's going to be a similar theme, and there's going to maybe be the same theme song, maybe slightly edited, but there's obviously going to be different characters, maybe a few similar ones, but by and large it's going to be a new cast.
I got you. Thank you.
Of course.
Well, I want to take this time to thank you all for being cordial and cooperative with each other and trying to help each other out. It's very humanitarian, something I really appreciate.
Amen.
Yeah, I mean, I was just gonna say, like, well, I mean, I've been kind of getting into Neoplatonism, and there's 3 translations of the Enneads, which means 9. And he also has tractates. I can't remember what tractates means, but each translation, which is posteriori to the former, just becomes like more like kind of like more either quantum or like quantum mechanical, or like, I mean, in the original interpretation in like the 1800s, they don't talk about quantum mechanics at all. I mean, whereas like in the Paraphesian from like the 700s, they are talking about quantum mechanics, and they're also talking about quantum mechanics in this recent. I mean, it must be a 21st century translation of the Enneads, and then there's also an audio book out now, and it's just like a complete diagnostic of. I mean, like almost like a poltergeist. Not that I believe in poltergeist, but I'm just saying, like, they are like actually diagnosing like an actual, like the actual extreme when it would come to like where your interpretation of who serves you in heaven. I would just say, for Richard, and it is interesting, like being well, I shouldn't say being, but yeah, like how they evolve, like the interpretations. But yeah, I'm not too I definitely don't know anything about Judaism. I mean, I know that the like there is some, I mean, Plotinus was heavily against Gnosticism in the sense, like, yeah, I mean, like something that I mean, even in the sense where it's like, like you're determined almost to be indeterminate and not have any real like chance for free will, because like your agency is going to be dependent on other well, not like, they're actually trying to just desecrate this idea of like religion and the gods. So then you would have people who were, diagnosing I mean, they called them tyrants, and they, called them doctors and physicians. And so they were really trying to destroy the words of them, because they had come back from war, essentially. I mean, I don't know about Plato or Aristotle or the other guy, what was the other guy, the other vegetarian
Socrates?
guy? Pardon me?
Socrates?
No, it goes Socrates, Plato,
Pythagoras?
Aristotle, and then the guy Epicurus.
Oh, okay.
And yeah, I don't know if I mean, I know. Well, I don't even know if I'm not even sure if Plotinus actually served, but I know Socrates did. And I think the rest were just like Aristotelian, or maybe I mean, I know Seneca was like a slave, I think it was Seneca, and and then you have like Marcus Aurelius, who was like a gladiator and a slave. And yeah, so like it is kind of interesting how they have maybe they've like kind of in a way like almost demonized. I mean, there is this one interpretation of how like if you are trying to actually like take the narrow path, like I mean like literally into the forest and avoid like these physicians who they're calling tyrants. Like I mean, if you're going to be like a conservative or Republican, like you're supposed to like avoid. You're actually like literally supposed to avoid all rhetoric and all interpretation and all dialectic. I'm sorry.
Well, no, sorry, I was just talking to Richard. I accidentally highlighted a comment.
I think I remember your voice from last time.
Hello. But also, I'm curious. You were talking about quantum mechanics being shown. So, I don't know. Sorry, I only heard quantum mechanics. I missed the rest. Hello?
Yeah, well, I would like to hear that expand on the quantum mechanics. That was interesting.
Well, there's this one really good interpretation of I just like missed like 40 comments or 40 chats. But there is this one great interpretation. It's out of a book. It just is a lot. It's a lot more expansive, I would say, than Einstein's like main work. It's called it's either the animate and the inanimate or the inanimate and the animate. I think it's the inanimate and the animate. And this guy, was right around the time of Einstein, but he didn't get any. His name was Sidis, Sidis, and he didn't get any, recognition at all. It seems like. He probably has recognition in academia, but basically, he wrote a book called The Inanimate and the Animate, like talking about time reversal. And the whole interpretation is just dealing with like a very basic formula where, as opposed to something like, energy equals the mass times the speed of light, like in a, what am I trying to say? Like a tesseract or what do they call it? The block universe or something like that. Where time is essentially instantaneous. Like instead you have this it's almost it's just really I'm just I'm not really regurgitating. I think I'm like I don't know if this is like spontaneous thought generation, but like you have to have like some type of kinetic field, like when you get into the quantum and you actually interpret because the whole like accurate interpretation of what numeration actually means to me, I don't know what the Tanakh or the Talmud says about numeration or numerology out of the Bible, but I'm just saying when you actually start going that direction and you actually discount like the lineages or the family names in actual scripture, then you're actually dissecting to the point like where you're actually getting into evolution no matter what, like because of Genesis and I don't know, like the first two verses of Genesis. Am I saying verses? The first two verses in the book of Genesis, and talking about like how you're coming from void, and then there was this interpretation who this guy was critiquing.
That's not really the best translation. I'm not trying to like cut you off or say that you're wrong. It's one of the things that's like been so hard for people to translate. And I think the main thing is because they're trying to do it without looking into this, quote unquote, non-monotheistic context. And so, was it Bereshit bara Elohim et hashamayim ve'atar? So it starts off in the beginning, or rather, in a beginning, or if you compound it, Bereshit bara, like in the beginning of God, or rather Elohim's creation of the heavens and the earth, which interestingly enough were also understood as like ancient gods in their own rights, that like just like Uranus and Gaia, and or Anu and Ki.
Well, what I really like, I didn't mean to call Sidis like an actual quantumist. He was actually giving like an observation of electricity, and he called it like, I don't know if he coined the term mole, but the mole is actually like a collection of electronic, it's like a collection of electromagnetic atoms. And so he didn't actually say, he wasn't actually coming up with like an actual theoretical quantum mechanical, like, there's whatever, like 20, your body is like composed of I don't know, like, you know, a googolplex number of atoms. I mean,
What-
he was just saying, he was just giving, you know, like a divine interpretation of what the actual kinetic energy in the electromagnetism within like the actual synergy of, like, you know, time frozen, or not, like, I mean, like being absent of time, which was actually like what general relativity was interpreting. I mean, the reason you have special relativity and general relativity is like a time dilation concept, which has, you know, it's now understood as like satellites in space giving a signal in this, you know, radio wave sending the signal, and there's all these batteries and fossil fuels within, you know, the satellite that's able to send this signal. I mean, I don't know what it could be more than. I don't know how the signal could be more than like an actual just interpretation. Not interpretation, a reflection, like of light through like through a thermogenetic electromagnetic pulse, and then that, like, you know, Tesla pulse or Newton or Joule or amperage or voltage gets like all of that and like all of that gets synthesized within like the walkie-talkie, and then, you know, that gets distributed, and it's something like that. But like the way, you know, and it's just, I mean, even the Paraphesian talks about it, the Scotus or John DeScotus, if I'm not saying his name right, but you know, he talks about, like, you know, how you have to understand this, like, what, you know, what the opposite of evolution is, what the opposite of degeneration is, and what the opposite of you know, like sin, and, you know, what the opposite of all of these, you know, what the opposite of sin is. I mean, where you're never going to find anything like that in scripture. They're just going to, you know, give you some different word for some different meaning, or some different teacher for some different guide, you know, to get into heaven, in my opinion.
I'm honestly kind of lost. How does that connect? But what I was trying to say was that the second verse, where it says, "And the earth was without form and void," in Hebrew it's just ha'aretz, and the earth haita was tohu, and that's connected to tehom, which literally means like the deep, and is a like pretty good parallel to the concept of like abyss. And then bohu is probably connected to either the idea of like bahut, which is chaos, and like personified into a feminine form, or potentially even what was the other one? Bao, which the Greek rendering of Sanchuniathon's Phoenician history calls the like personification of night, which would get translated into Greek as Nyx.
Right, and before there was a telescope, these are really good ways to describe what I think is being referred to as space.
Interesting.
Yeah, that is interesting. Yeah. It is
Yeah, I mean, the really interesting part is how they still sublimate the Big Bang theory so much, when, I mean, historically the Big Bang was a theory from the 1200s, and the steady state theory is a theory from the 1800s, when Newton was actually talking about this. Newton was literally talking about how we have this infinite potential, which is, you know, this Big Bang theory, whereas the steady state theory from the 1800s is like Leibnizian, like this Leibnizian monad interpretation, where all of this energy is actually connected and it's finite. It's not actually, you know, I mean, Newton was like a, you know, like a outstanding atheist, but just when you get into like the actual interpretations of,
Wait,
you know, what the
Newton was not an atheist. What the hell are you talking about?
Newton was definitely an atheist. I mean, like, Newton was.
Okay,
I mean,
well, everyone's an atheist apparently.
he was deep into Christian mysticism.
Well, everyone is an atheist. Seriously, I mean, I don't know how anyone can believe in a heaven or an afterlife. I mean, can someone give me like a reasonable like interpretation of why there would be an afterlife? Why there would be an afterlife?
Wait, hold on, wait.
The hornet's nest.
That's two different things. If you want to know if there's an afterlife, that's a different question as to why people would believe in an afterlife.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just saying, like, people would believe in an afterlife in the sense that, like, yeah, they have no knowledge before life, so they understand that they came from life. They can understand like some biocentric, you know, existence, whether or not it's evolution or whether or not it's God. But like, of course, they're going to understand, like, you know, like an interpretation of an afterlife is always going to be like, well, what is my purpose here, and how am I being driven, and how am I going to affect, you know, how am I going to affect the world after my time? I mean, it was never like it was never like a serious. I mean, I don't know how anyone other than just a usurper, is that what you call them? Like a usurper, like they would just, or I don't know, like a debt collector. Like they would be the only people who would actually give you like a like a I don't know, like some critical chronological like response to, you know, how you're going to exist like after you die, like post mortem. So yeah, I just have no idea where like the actual interpretation of like a heaven would come from, at least from Genesis.
That's wait.
Wow.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, you're all over the place. As far
Well,
as
I'm just
there being an afterlife, do you agree that matter and energy are neither created nor destroyed?
Also, before we get too far away from this, you do realize when it says the heavens and the earth, it's talking about the heavens is in the skies, right?
Right.
Correct.
It's not talking about it in the context of the kingdom of heaven where you go in your afterlife. That's a Christian idea.
Well, yeah, I mean, I'm totally familiar with why, you know, there would need to be like a blessing, or why there would need to be like consecration, or why there would need to be ceremonial sacrifice, or why there would need to be ceremonial like funerals, or why there would, you know, like all that, like, you know, what, like obviously the dead shouldn't have to bury the dead. I mean, that just doesn't make any sense. So like, yeah, of course, like there should be like some, you know, ceremonial influence that is going to be like a guiding factor to, you know, prevent you from crying, or, you know, weeping, or being weary before you, you know, go into, you know, hell or Hades. And yeah, I mean, I'm not denying that. I'm just denying the fact that like there would have been any animal that would have ever believed that, you know, that this, like, you know, that entropy wasn't, you know, actually like a real fact, or like, I mean, they couldn't see their siblings dying around them, or they couldn't see, you know, their parents dying or something, and how they, you know, don't wake up, and how you like need to re-energize and sleep. I mean, it's just such a obvious, you know, interpretation of reality to say that, like,
You
yeah,
just
this
touched on it.
has an ending, and there's no
No, you just
immortality.
touched on it. You just touched on it. Every night we all die, and in the morning, normally we wake back up. So they would think the same thing. Okay, this person has gone to sleep, and
I'm
then
just
sometimes, some years or millennia, they'll wake back up.
Well, no, that's
Also,
not. I mean, that's not what you're saying. You're saying it's happening simultaneously. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but you're saying like there actually. I mean, the universe is. If the universe is infinite, then this is happening in other dimensions, and that, I mean, that's just a quantum mechanical interpretation.
no,
But correct me
Jesus
if I'm wrong.
fucking Christ.
no, he's saying this is what they would have interpreted based on their limited knowledge.
Exactly.
Also, what do you think they thought happened when you dreamed? Because it's not like you're just not aware. You're very much aware. That's probably where this idea of an afterlife came from. If there's people who are sleeping, but it's a permanent sleep, then in the same way that you go somewhere else when you're dreaming, maybe there's something similar to that when you're dead, or AKA big sleeping.
I know, but like, why would it be infinite? Like, why would it be like an eternal? I mean, who would interpret a dream as eternal? Like, I just don't know where that idea would ever come from. Like, I
Because
mean, unless it was
people don't wake up.
because the people don't wake up. So if they don't wake up, then they just stay in a like an eternal dream state. Is that what you're actually like? Is that what you're actually saying, or is it their like final dream? I mean, would you interpret it as a final dream, or would you interpret it as like a eternal dream where you're going to be like either damned
They
or you're going to hang out with Jesus?
Well, depending
they
on
could
what
have interpreted
tradition, and
either way.
there's so many traditions that touch on a similar concept, but some of them actually consider that dream to be the reality, and that we're just in a minor dream.
Well, yeah, I mean, because that's the quantum mechanical interpretation of an infinite universe where this could be happening in many dimensions. Well, not many dimensions, one dimension and one dimension simultaneously. So, yeah, I mean, I don't see how like any like I mean, scientifically we've been evolved like with the same brain capacity for 30,000 or 20,000 years, and I mean, you know, we've been in agriculture for 10,000 years, and yeah, it just I don't know how there can be a realistic interpretation of how there is immortality. I mean, that's all I'm really getting at this stage, like how there could ever be
Well,
actual
yeah,
like sentient immortality.
what do you mean by realistic interpretation? Because like realistic according to reality, or realistic according to like the internal standard of a tradition?
Well, I'm saying, of course, there is an objective. I don't know what the Hebrew word for objective, but of course there is an objective reality that this could be happening eternally, simultaneously, but there would be no subjective like interpretation of what is actually happening to you that could mean anything to you, where you would just be some immortal being. I mean, unless it's like cryogenics or something.
Okay, Tyler, I got a quick question for you. Are you an atheist or a theist? I'm trying to figure out what you are.
I mean, I guess I'm a liberal.
Does
that answer your question?
No, it doesn't.
I mean, look, I mean, there really is like a possible, I mean, have you heard of generic subjective continuity?
Yes.
Like that's like a real quantum mechanical interpretation of the steady state theory, where it can be accurately stated that like this literal conversation could be going this exact way simultaneously, while there could be simultaneously like an infinite number of variations within like our own lives, and an infinite number of variations in every single sperm cell.
It just sounds like you're talking about multiverse, honestly.
Like it's not the multiverse theory. The multiverse theory, like I'm just saying, the multiverse theory has to have wormholes and voids, and wormholes and voids don't exist when the ether actually is like a accurate biblical interpretation, like a religious, like a religious cosmological steady state theory, without like the actual Big Bang and inflation and all of these things happening from like 13.5 billion years ago, instead of just no beginning, no end. That's what steady state theory is. It's just no beginning, no end.
Oh, okay. So is that all you're saying? That because within the context of that, there is argument to be made that the Bible doesn't say anything about the beginning of the world. It's just talking about the beginning of like this specific creation of like, in this context, like it's not the creation of reality; it's the creation of like the world as we know it.
Right. This planet from our perspective. Sammy, you were trying to say something?
Nah.
Yes, you were.
No, I didn't know what I wanted to say. It just it went where I was not expecting it to go. But
I mean, it kind of like generic subjective continuity, like which I think what Richard was trying to premise this whole conversation with, like how there could be like another heaven, like we could all ascend to another heaven, on another earth. I'm just saying for the sake of argument, like you could also like destroy simulation theory with generic subjective continuity, because simulation theory is just a subjective interpretation of like an entropic universe, in my subjective opinion, because there would be no objective interpretation of the universe. There would only be this finite universe where you would only exist one time instead of infinitely number of times. Like that's how I'm just saying, that's how quantum mechanics is a killer.
But what the bit that took me by surprise is you don't think that any of that disagrees with the Bible?
I'm just saying the Bible has nothing to do. The Bible has to do with earth. The Bible has to do with dirt. The Bible has to do with, like, I mean, the word, the literal word for dirt, like where we all come from, or we all come from like the heel of like some dirt being named Saul, or no, like Edom, or like one of those guys in the Bible. And like, I'm just saying, like the literal word for dirt in Greek is fetish. And like, I mean, they didn't have like, they understood, the world as the cosmos.
Wait. Hold on. What?
The word for
the
dirt
literal
in
Greek word for dirt
is fetish.
Well, that's interesting. I guess if I have a fetish, I have dirt.
Well, I'm just saying, like I mean, you could even like go to Nirvana and say, well, Nirvana is just a place where all of these, like, all of these people who have renunciated, like I mean, we're just enunciating, 3.5 billion years worth of evolution. Okay. And then, all of these people could have just said, well, we're not like going to enunciate this drama or this interpretation anymore. We're just going to like all meet at Nirvana. And then that would be like, this singularity of, this interpretation of how human beings exist and how human beings, like forgive themselves and all that. I'm just saying there doesn't need to be a figment of your imagination that has to like literally forgive you in some judgment or, pass some gates.
Okay, so you're not a Christian. That kind of answers the question I had before.
Yeah, but like, I mean, honestly, like if you, I mean, yeah, I guess I'd have to say I'm a metaphysician, sadly.
Hey, Tyler, did you watch the interview of Terrence Howard on Joe Rogan?
I
All I
watched
heard was Joe Rogan.
Oh, did you Tyler, did you have, or anybody, y'all watched that interview on Joe Rogan of Terrence Howard?
Yeah, I mean, he's like, as soon as you start talking about like Tesla, I mean, I don't think that he was talking about generic subjective continuity, which is like the big atheistic interpretation going on in like steady state theory and like what's happening. Like, I mean, they're trying to like, cure like people from, I don't want to say that Zionism is a real accurate like truth or anything, but like they're trying to like, cure this, like disharmony within, like what's happening. I mean, whether it's like, they're trying to change laws or something or they're trying to like, give people dignity. But like, like, I mean, when you start trying to talk about like some free energy, I mean, Terrence Howard like did a great job. I mean, I heard that this has been going, I heard that his approach has been going on for 8 years. So I'll give him that. Like, I'll give him, his background and everything. And, he was like, really serious about the transhumanism and the artificial intelligence and bringing back some like, bringing back some old conspiracies, like with, like, I mean, like actually converting like old conspiracies, like how the elites are going to, attack us with, insect drones and changing the insect drones into like a harmonious, like process that would be able to restore, like this disconfiguration that's going to happen, when the fossil fuels deplete and everything. And yeah, he gave like some different interpretations of like, the I would say like the gods and mythology. And like, I mean, I thought that yeah. And then, like the actual interpretation of the square root of 2 multiplied by 3 divided by 3 is an actual like, loop. And you could like adjunct that or like juxtaposition that to like kinetic energy. And like the formulas that Leibniz created were a lot more actually like I would say singular, like comparatively to like there being an ether as opposed to just like a single like gravitational force built of atoms that are actually like contingent with Earth or any other planetary body, because they have to do with like weight and pressure and force and friction. Well, not force but friction, and like different elemental inventions, like all that. And then like whereas like, and at this at the and then it, like simultaneously they were inventing electricity, except there was no like there was no knowledge from Newton on electricity, and everything that has been passed down from Newton about electricity is completely winged.
I got you.
Sorry.
Thank you.
I will fully confess that whatever that's being talked about now is absolutely way over my head. Not necessarily because I'm an idiot, I think.
Oh,
but
own
I've
it.
never.
Own it, Odin. You are an idiot. Love you.
Okay, I'll own it. It's not necessarily because I have problems grasping general concepts. It's just that I have some general knowledge as to a lot of the things that are spoken about, but connections are made to things that, as far as I know and understand, that never really existed before. So at this point, I'm going to be doing way more listening than engaging. if that's okay. Thanks for the stream. Like the videos.
Thank you. Thanks for coming in, Tyler. Not to be too critical, but you are doing a lot to express the things that have been put together in your mind, and not much to express how those things got together in your mind. And if you want other people to understand where you're coming from, you might do more of that.
Well, my interpretation of like someone can correct me if I'm wrong, but my interpretation of the Egyptian god Maat, who was basically she was the goddess of judgment, and she would judge you of whether or not you would get into heaven. And I think I can get into a little bit more detail about that, like how they would weigh your,
We
your heart would have
understand
to
the
be.
feather of Mott. You're right.
So what my interpretation of Maat, she was like the technical like media like of the actual like Egyptian people, and she was like a actual like she was like an actual like broadcast and newscast for all of these people to like get their like their news and their interpretation and their artificial exploitation like from, and where they would like account for this like phenomenon of evolution. So they didn't have like an accurate interpretation of evolution, but they had like what are they called, like where you have like a half man and like a half horse, or like all of these different like anthropomorphic. Oh yeah, like a chimera. Oh, I don't think they're called chimeras, but they're like half man, half animal, or half women, half animal, or something. Like they had those like there's like the totem poles. They have those different interpretations. Okay, and then that's like the Bering Strait. Okay, and they crossed the Bering Strait like like whatever 20,000 years ago or something. And they and they created these totem poles, and they created different interpretations of evolution, unlike the Bible, because they only used humans, and they only supported the animal kingdom. They didn't actually account for how we were actually just animals, and how we actually had evolved in this rare like situation, like that has to do with like our progressive knowledge, and how we were able to use tools, and how we were able to civilize each other. Whether or not the accounts of like the actual like Roman Empire are true or not, or what's going on there. I'm just saying, like, there is like a actual like for me, like that's the actual supported account of how like this God theory can actually be like this transhumanism, this artificial intelligence can be like an actual like Skynet over in China, can be like a serious deception and deceive people. And my only interpretation, I don't know if anyone is going to want to get further into it, but I'm just saying, with aliens, the Mandela effect, and the poltergeist, there's no accounting in any of the biblical texts. You can show them to me. There's no account of any evidence of an actual poltergeist. There's no actual evidence of any biblical text of actual alien. Unless you want to go with Ezekiel or something, where those are just visions. Well, I'm just talking about, I'm just like, let me just say, like, with the Mandela effect, they could have just copy and pasted everything. It could just be like an actual watermark. Okay. Like a $500 watermark. You could, make up your own Mandela effect and sell it for profit, and be like, what do they call them? What do you like, the snake oil people? And I'm just saying, with the poltergeist, there's no actual interpretation of any.
What do you mean? What do you mean by poltergeist?
Like an actual deity, like an actual evil deity that actually, throws people against walls, or splits people in half, or throws people 10 million feet in the air, or abducts people, through translucent, aerial light projections, and sucks them into the UFOs. I'm saying there's no actual evidence for any of those things. There's no actual, all of that could just be like, all of that could just be Hollywood for the poltergeist, and YouTube, for the UFOs. I don't trust any of this. I don't trust any of these people who are trying to, say these things when.
What about Elijah being taken up to heaven in a chariot of fire?
Well, if you want to go with like that most popular video on Joe Rogan's podcast and say, he's got like some reasonable account for aliens being on the moon, and them trying to prevent, this.
No.
I know you're not talking about that. I'm not going to go with one prophet's, like deep vision, or like dream, or hallucinations when he was fasting.
You said there's no account of someone being taken up into like
I'm just saying, like, you know, there is evidence of hieroglyphics that are talking about these aliens, okay? Like, I mean, this is like, you know, this is on the History Channel talking about how, you know, there's Nephilim and there's aliens and there's these.
I know they take it out of context, but what I'm saying is, why are you like trying to make these narratives conform to reality? That's what I don't understand.
Well, yeah, because the reality is that humans are not, you know, they're not like some fantasy. I mean, and these interpretations of reality really hurt people. I mean, people get spooked by, you know, like a poltergeist when there is none. People get spooked by aliens when there is none. I mean, is there real evidence for a poltergeist or aliens or the Mandela effect?
Okay, but that's a different thing. Evidence is different than something being in the narrative.
Okay, well, then the narrative is completely demonic to me. Like, I mean, it's completely against like man's intelligence. It's completely against, you know, like trying to come up with any like real understanding of knowledge, trying to come up with any real understanding of truth. It's based on some word that means bog in Russian and Gott in German. And I don't understand how this interpretation of God somehow like accounts for anything that is like civilized, you know, other than, you know, for the people in prisons or the people in, you know, like who are being held hostage right now or something. I mean, I just don't understand how like God solves any of the problems in the world. And it's not just like unaccounting for like the actual, you know, this free energy theory. It's not accounting for actual atomism, where atomism is going to completely destroy this planet. And that's like, and that's serious. That's like, you know, serious Hades. So like, and that's, you know, like I mean, that's like a philosophical account, and that's not an actual, you know, truthful, honest, like scientific approach where you're just living in, you know, you're just like interpreting the law of the land for you and only you, so you can succeed. And it's not about anyone else. It's not about your, I mean, I guess it can be about your neighbors, but I mean, I just don't know how far that account is really going to, you know, go in the future. I don't know how this like account of, I don't know how long English is going to last, like according to the Georgia Guidestones. I don't know. I don't see how, like, you know, I mean, there's like actually like a new pretty good Bible called like the Osaway. I think it's like OSAWEH. I got it from Saw Netter. And like he's talking about how, well, I'm sorry, the Osaway Bible is talking about how, you know, like they're the Essene. It's like an Essene gospel instead of like this, like instead of all of these lineages and all of these, you know, different interpretations of like, you know, of your, you know, parts of your brain or parts of this or parts of that. It's just like an actual Essene gospel. I mean, as close as you can get it to be, like, and then, you know, I mean, it just makes Christianity look like Scientology at that point.
Dude, wait, so you're saying it's demonic because it doesn't conform to reality. Have you looked at any other tradition? Traditions aren't about being real or fake. It's about how people get through life. And in a lot of cases, stuff is understood metaphorically. Like,
well, it's about giving, I mean, in my interpretation is it's about giving you a free will when you don't actually have free will. I mean, your will is built on, you know, the backs of, according to me, 120 trillion ancestors. And you're going to say that 120 trillion ancestors don't matter. Only my relationship with some possibly imaginary God matters, that might actually give me like an eternal life or immortality or something where I can strive and I don't have to worry about the 120 trillion casualties like in my past. I mean, is that
what
getting closer?
About the Bible focus, I mean, I'm not saying the Bible's a perfect text. It's far from that. But it focuses so much on genealogy, on going back to, and again, it's not like, of course, like there's plenty of people who aren't talked about because the Bible is a fictive kinship narrative, above all else, in my opinion, of trying to explain how things came to be. It's they're looking backwards and trying to explain it. But that being the case, I don't think that you could say that it's like, oh, forsaking all the people who came before you. Like, I also the whole.
Well, it's not in the sense like, you know, there's like, you know, 500 million Jesuses and 500, you know, million, you know, Muhammads. I mean, I'm not discounting that fact. I mean, I'm not that like ignorant.
I don't know what you're talking about.
May I attempt a
Sorry, I'm sorry, brother. Brother Richard. I don't want to disrespect the panel.
Well, I
No
think
problem.
everyone's doing just fine.
May I attempt a very simple steelman of Tyler Johnson's position? If that's okay, and please correct me if I'm wrong on any of the points. So I think what I'm trying, what I'm getting from Mr. Tyler here is that he he doesn't necessarily sees the study and application of ancient texts um, and he does not see the study and application and translation of ancient texts as in terms of spiritual practice as being useful. However, the 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 study of our reality meaning using the scientific method, for example, and some philosophy to interpret um, what's the word I'm looking for, experience, right? That is repeatable in nature and testable. He thinks that is the way to go instead of kind of implementing tradition, religious tradition specifically, and deities as a way for us to essentially move forward as a species. Is that what you were kind of generally saying, Tyler?
Well, I'm just saying, I mean, like, if you don't consider like Google to be an accurate account, or I mean, an accurate like an ancient text. I mean, I would consider Google at this stage an ancient text just because, yeah, like everything, the publications and the like the the peer analysis is going to constantly change, and yeah, like it is. I mean, it is like a sort of an insane fact that yeah, we are just like inhaling our brothers and sisters right now. I mean, it's just an insane fact that we do come from this long lineage of degeneration and like punctuated equilibrium, and that supports some ideology, and well, the ideology discounts the fact that like we're going to change, or we're moving in some direction where we're going to be like we're going to have some like actual future. Well, I don't want to talk about the, well, yeah, I mean it is about the future, but like some actual future where we're going to become like more evolved. Well, like we're gonna, I mean honestly, like type 2 civilization, like that. Like I mean fusion ignition. I mean Elon Musk has already said that fusion ignition, where you can actually jet propulse through quantum wormholes, or send quantum wormhole electricities, and like ignite a whole world through this, you know like somehow using this specific resource that is used for fusion ignition, where it's not actually applicable because there's not enough of that resource to actually infuse the entire globe with fusion ignition. So there's just not like an actual complete interpretation of what this you know what this climate, well, not climate change, but what like actual, it's not even global warming, it's like actual environmentalism, and what actual, like what the actual environment, like what, how the actual environment is against us. And yeah, we are like in generic subjective continuity, we are the strongest. I mean, we are the survivalists of the fittest in that sense, and like we have no actual like credibility when it comes to science, essentially, because yeah, we're still in bondage, I guess, to the doctrine and to just the sympathy. I mean, I don't know what else. I'm just I'm just flattering my lips at this stage, but like, yeah, just the sympathy of like these surviving generic subjective continuous prophets. I mean, Buddha, whoever Krishna was, and whoever Jesus or Joshua or Yeshua, or all of these, like whatever the Moab tablets we're talking about, whatever the Mayan wherever that mind calendar is. I never saw any specific mind calendar talking about, this or, whatever that ancient flower of life is talking about. I mean, yeah, like we're holding all of that. We're holding all of that, like in our conviction and saying like, no, we're just, giving it to one person, or we're giving it to like, one person who was, tortured to death and apparently, was so strong and so powerful and so eclectic and so mesmerizing, so, faith-based that somehow his word was able to live on. And like, now you got like 500 million people who are named after him. You got another 500 million people who are named after this other guy. And yeah, I do think that it's like a total state of like decay. And it's like, we're all like, I mean, it's like that makes us like all clones in some sense. We all think we have this complex. And I don't think that the complex is like supported. I don't think that the complex, like the God complex, actually supports any like relevant ideology of how you can actually, all you're going to do is just like, replay this, like what is said in scripture and how how you're supposed to actually like, heal people. I mean, essentially from, just being destroyed by the physicians. Okay. And like how these physicians are just they're just going to target us all, and they're just going to, I mean, I know there's good physicians and there's, probably not so good physicians. Like maybe the bad physicians, get people addicted to opiates, or the bad physicians get people addicted to benzodiazepines. Like, I'm just saying, like, there's probably like a, like a relevant interpretation of how these physicians or these doctors like are, like moral or immoral, or there's some balance there. But I'm just saying they're like, there's not going to be like any, serious change. The only change, I mean, unless, like the actual propensity for like, what, then like, other than that, all we have are like these really finite resources, and every single, I mean, honestly, like fusion ignition, I think fusion ignition was invented in like 2018, according to my knowledge, like in like a really expensive warehouse. And and then you have like the LIGO, like which was earlier, and then you have like CERN, which was earlier, like before or after one another. And then of course you have like the Hubble telescope, which is this serious mechanism. I mean, yeah, like it's protecting us from what, but I'm just saying, like, because it gives us like an accurate formula and how to work out all of these interpretations of Newton's formulas, instead of just going by some generic subjective continuity, so we can actually live our lives out. It's just, I mean, when you're gonna like, when you're gonna like make up names, and you can do research and see when, these different, names would have even been relevant. It's not really, it's not really fair to the people who are, struggling. And like, I mean, the people who are seriously struggling and not adapting to like the scientific, genetic determinism.
Oh,
like, for one.
You said that you read the Osea Bible. You said you read that?
I skimmed through it in like, I skimmed through it in like an hour.
Oh,
wait, hold on. What the fuck's this about genetic determinism? What do you mean?
Well, I mean, how we actually diagnose, and how we actually diagnose, like, our problems. I mean, like what's actually, going on with our problems, whether or not we're actually going to move. I mean, like, I mean, like, does anyone know, like, I mean, like, honestly, like, I just don't know. I can't figure out any interpretation. There's so many, well, I shouldn't call them interpretations, but like any, like, reality that like is actually, like, I mean, are people suffering insanely, or are people, like, it seems like people are suffering so catastrophically, like there's either no way to help them, or there's like, we have so much money and there's so many ways to help these people. There's just like, I mean, you're stuck between two worlds, like, of whether or not like what's going on is like real or fake, or, and then, the war is in between, like the actual prognosis of like this material, this, how harmful this material acquisition and how harmful this resource depletion actually is, like how harmful entropy actually is. And it's either like people aren't paying attention to it, or people just don't have any like capacity, like any like bodily like autonomy when it comes to like that, what they're actually like, like how they're actually surviving. I mean, it's like, are people starving? Are people still? So I mean, it's like, it just seems like it really is utopia versus humanity, and it's not fair, you know, to the people who are you know, not able, like somehow, like it's like somehow our resources are so great and so massive, like it's like they're actually like surging energy from like from like parts of the globe where people like actually need, you know, help, where they actually need survivability, they actually need science. And yeah, I know they like, you know, there's like, you know, new, like there's like journalists that'll say, you know, they have the help they need, and then there's journalists that'll say, you know, like worry about something else. And it's like, yeah, everything is just, you know, to me, like everything is against you in the fact that like, yeah, you're using this money, whether it's digital or whether it's paper, or like whether it's trade.
What does any of this have to do with genetics?
Well, I mean, I could just say that the genetics of your ancestors are built into your Talmud or Tanakh or Bible, honestly. I mean, like the actual.
Wait, what do you mean by that?
Well, I mean, like, I mean it literally. Like, I mean your actual, like actually, like, you know, yeah, I know it's just like it's like carbon dating. I mean, my interpretation of carbon dating is that it is an absolute guess. I mean, 10 feet into the ground is 50,000 years. Another 10 feet is like, you know, another 10 feet is 100,000 years. I mean, I mean, maybe it's more like, you know, 500, maybe like 10 feet into the ground is, you know, like 100,000 years, or 200,000 years, or 1,000,000 years, or 200 million years. And then another 20 feet or another 300 feet is, you know, like I mean, it's honestly, you know, it's honestly that. And like, I mean, when you get into thermodynamics and the law of entropy, it's like when you talk about carbon dating and you talk about like going, like drilling into the ground and actually uprooting these fossil fuels, and what we're doing with this oil, and how excuse me, everything, like, this is a philosophical concept, everything actually from the world, okay, since day one, is actually like organic. And what actually lives on the world, it's just rocks, plants, swimmers, land animals, and humans, and birds, okay? And where do actually all these chemical substances actually come from, if that's what's really happening on our world? And I'm saying all of those chemical.
Tyler,
yeah, I'm sorry.
brother. Tyler, look, I need your help here. You have all of these things that you have researched, and you have this line of logic that you're following, right? Unfortunately, I wasn't there sitting beside you while you did the research. I don't see the connections you're making because I wasn't sitting beside you, and you're not telling me the connections. So from my perspective, this is how it turns out. You're changing the topic every 5 seconds.
Mm-hmm.
That's what it looks like to me. Because I wasn't there and I wasn't in your head, and you're not bringing me on your journey. You're just telling me how the journey went, and I can't follow it at all.
Well, I'm just saying, like, the doctrine is like an actual like interpretation of like maybe 6,000 years, is what like Billy Carson, I think, recently said. It was trying to, you know, kind of like, you know, go like to debate Terrence Howard. Whereas like evolution is like literally, you know, if you want to talk about panspermia, you know, you can say 13.5 billion years, or if you want to talk about evolution, you can say 4.5 billion years on Earth. So I'm just saying those are like, what is the difference between, you know, whether or not, like, you know, fish are sentient, or whether or not, you know, like vegetarians are allowed to eat. I mean, it's that, I don't want to say pitiful, but it's, you know, that like, it's that scientific, you know, to where, you know, like are vegetarians allowed to eat clams or not? I mean, I'm just saying that's like the actual Neoplatonic interpretation of, you know. And then you have like the Aximanders was the guy I was trying to tell you about, who was interpreting Socrates on evolution. I'm sorry?
Do you mean Anaximander?
Yeah.
It might help if you write out all these thoughts, because you're covering so much so quick. I think Ashura is the only one that's following what you're saying.
Yeah, I was trying to see when he said about the Old Bible and makes the other religion Scientology. I was trying to see where he get that from. But
pardon me, what was the question?
You said the Austin Bible makes Christianity look like Scientology.
Well, in the sense that, yeah, like it doesn't have any, like, I mean, it really is critical of like, I mean, it's really critical of like, you know, like altar sacrifice with the animals. I mean, it goes totally against that. It has like some, I don't know if you've heard like this of this insane interpretation that like, I mean, it's almost like also like a Noble Drew Ali interpretation of, I mean, Noble Drew Ali wasn't the actual, he wasn't like Noble Drew Ali, the prophet of the Moors, was not like the actual originator of this interpretation where like the actual prophet of, I'll just call him Jesus, was actually like traveling to the like, you know, to see the yogis or to see the Buddhists. And he was like this, you know, formidable traveler or something. I mean, that's like an actual like, I mean, that interpretation I think was originated in 1895 by some other person, but Noble Drew Ali definitely like did a very good job of like that interpretation, and he obviously, I guess you could say romanticized it, but like that is like, you know, another serious concept, because you know that's exactly what Plato was interpreted as doing, traveling to Egypt and learning about this mythology of Atlantis, and that's exactly what Plotinus did in traveling to Egypt and learning, you know, about this alchemy. So.
Wait, you think Atlantis was real and not just a parable?
No, Atlantis was definitely a parable.
But you just said that.
Yeah, because they wanted to learn about the mythology or the parable of the actual interpretation of panspermia. They weren't actually interested. I mean, they were actually interested in like the deep esoteric knowledge that the Egyptians had, or that the Moabites. I mean, like the Moabites, like the actual African people, or you know what Richard was referring to as the Ethiopians.
Wait, what?
He's talking about what he's going to
the Moabites are from what is in modern day Jordan.
Well, I'm talking about the people who were like who actually like created the Moab tablet, the MOAB tablet.
He's coming from another area. He's coming from
which was like somewhere somewhere south of somewhere like south west of Egypt.
Yeah, he's coming from another place. Because he said no sexuality, which he did expand on. There's been other cases with that. You got Tony Brown with that, and plus Noble Drew Ali didn't have enough information at that time, especially when it comes to Egyptology, to when he did his interpretation on the Hosea text. Plus, like what Ariel said earlier, when it comes to tradition, he also went by a traditional philosophy too. But Ariel, I wanted to ask you a question as far as the numbers of each word in the Talmud. Do you study that also? Don't each letter has a number?
Oh yeah, it's not specifically the Talmud. It's just the entire Hebrew language. It's actually a tradition that, I mean, like, as much as I wish it weren't the case, because like, you know, there are some interesting things. Like, for instance, the language or the script, so the like alphabet, or you know, the Greek alphabet also comes from there. So the Greek, or I mean the Hebrew, or rather Paleo Hebrew, but in reality the Phoenician alphabet. So I mean, there's a lot of cool things that originate with that or that civilization. But unfortunately, like gematria, or the assigning of numbers to letters, that actually comes from the Greeks, and in Greek it's called isosophy.
Oh, so it comes from Greek tradition, but
yeah.
Okay, so but it was implemented by rabbis.
Yeah, so it in the Greek tradition, it was like very popular amongst the Pythagoreans.
Okay, so at that point, it just carried on. Does each number represent at the end of the text? Do they add those numbers, and then it comes out with a different interpretation, or expands on the interpretation?
Not inherently. It's not like something that people just do because, but like a lot of people will do it, and they'll find unique things and they'll connect it to others. But at the end of the day, it's kind of like it's almost like a it's kind of like silly putty. You can make it into a lot of cool shapes, but ultimately, like you know.
So would you say, Ariel, that it's something we've applied to it later after the fact? It's not something that they did when they were writing it. They weren't being mindful of.
I mean, I honestly don't know. It's possible, but in some ways I think the fact that they probably weren't doing, because there's always the possibility that the Greeks got it from, the ancient Phoenicians, and then it's like by the time you get to like proper Judaism, then it's like that's kind of fallen out of favor, and so it has to be reintroduced. I don't know, but realistically it's probably something that was introduced to them by Hellenism. And if that's the case, I actually think it's kind of, well, that being the case, the Torah still could have, like, at least the 5 books of Moses, not the rest, but specifically that. It's possible that it was written with that in mind. That being the case, I think that even with that, because a lot, I don't know, I think that probably they didn't write it with the gematria in mind, and if that's the case, it actually makes it kind of more interesting. Well, and even without that, you don't even need to apply it specifically to the text. It just works with the entire Hebrew language, and so you can find some interesting things. But it's kind of like it's just, in my mind, it's a type of divination. You can find some interesting things. You can find meaning there, but meaning's something that we create. So just because you find it doesn't mean it was already there. You just saw you saw the thing and you put the meaning to it.
You saw the thing and put the meaning. So how do they determine that? Is it the culture, or like you said, tradition, or philosophy, or economics?
Context and
context.
So I mean, like certain words, like you take a word, it's always going to have the same value. Given, like, there's certain words where if it ends with a certain letter, you could choose to represent it as either the like final form of the letter or just the regular form, and that could change the number value. There's also like other ways you could try to fudge the numbers, but at the end of the day, it's more like it's consistent, and so within that, it has that mathematical nature to it. And with that, you're going to get some interesting words that have the same number value as other words, but it's kind of like, imagine you have a word that you might associate with good and a word you might associate with evil, and they both have the same number. That doesn't, it's kind of like there are no good or bad numbers.
Okay. It's a gray area.
Well, it's kind of like you could see a certain number, and for whatever reason, you might choose to associate that with a good word, or you might associate with a bad word. But at the end of the day, like, the number is the number, and like the number has many meanings. So it's kind of like you can't say this number is good because it is associated with this word, because it might just as well be associated with an equally opposite word that makes it that much better.
I see. I appreciate that. I see what you're saying. Now, you brought up Paleo Hebrew. Is that you got an ancient text in Paleo Hebrew?
So it's I mean, if you just search Paleo Hebrew on Google, you'll see it. It was what the Phoenician script was, and a lot of it, if you flip it around, or some of them even without that, you can see how its equivalent in Greek and later English came about. So, for instance, you could definitely see that with the Paleo Hebrew Aleph, which looks like an upside down A.
Right.
Or not exactly. It's slightly rotated. You have the bet, kind of. Where it really shows up is with a hey, which if you reverse it becomes an E. You have the kaf, which you reverse it becomes a K. You have the kof, you just lower down the stick and it becomes a Q. Oh, and if you rotate it as well, I'm trying to think what else there is. The taf, it is you rotate it slightly and it becomes a T. It's a lot of stuff like that. It's really interesting.
Yeah, that's what I was. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh yeah, here you can see. So there's a better one. See if you can find a different one, and like where it has it labeled.
Yeah, that looks a lot like runic, also.
What's runic? I never heard of that. What's that?
Like Proto-Germanic script.
Say it again. I'm sorry. Say it again.
Proto-Germanic script.
Oh, okay. Okay. Thanks for that. I never heard of that.
You're welcome.
Now, with the Palo, is that different language put together into one?
No. So it's the same language as Hebrew. It's just like what you think of when you think of Hebrew script now. It's actually the Assyrian or like Aramaic script. But because it's the same, it's kind of like with. You could think of it as English and Spanish and French. Imagine if the different languages had different ways of drawing out the letters.
Okay, gotcha.
So yeah, there's a good example. So if you look at the top right, the Aleph, you can see that if you rotate that to the left, like 25%, or a full rotation to the left, to the right, it becomes an A. With the bet, flip it upside down, becomes a B. Let's see, what else? Hey, reverse it, becomes an E. What else is there? Zion, you slant the like the bar that's vertical and it becomes a Z. The chet, you remove the bottom two diagonal lines and it becomes an H. Let's see what else. Yeah, yod, it's kind of hard to see, but coffee, you flip it around, it turns into a K. Lamed, you turn it the other way. Well, you can see the shape there. The nun, you can see it if it's flipped around, how it would be an N shape. Samech, you can't really see it there. Ayin, you can see the O. Pei, you can see the first, like if you were to draw a down line, then you get a P. Let's see what else. Kof, you lower the vertical line and tilt it, becomes a Q. Resh, you flip it around, becomes an R. Shin, you turn it on its side, and it becomes like the zigzag of an S, kind of. And the Toph, you just keep it like that. It's a T.
Yeah. Now, how far back this language? Does it go back in Moses' time, or
to what?
Moses' time? Does it go back? This language, paleo, goes all the way back there, or what? How long?
Well, so what's tricky is that like there's a lot of descendant languages of it. I forget how many texts have actually been found in Paleo Hebrew. Actually, no, it's a lot of inscriptions mainly, but it goes back to the time of, I mean, whether Moses was historical or not is like, it's kind of super contentious, but because a lot of people think he could have been inspired by someone real, but that he wasn't in Moses. But ultimately, it would have been probably around that time when it developed out of the Egyptian hieroglyphic, or and it was like a simplified form of that, and eventually some of the words began used as like almost like representations for the letters. So like Aleph is Aleph, which means bull. Beit is bait, house. Gimel is gamel, camel. Dalet is dalet, door. Hey, I forget. Vav, I forget. Zayin, zerem, or Zayin. Zerem is sword. Zayin is penis. Was it Chet? Maybe Cheter, which is like a fence. There's a few things for that. Tet, I forget. Then you have Yod from Yad, hand. Kaf from Kaf, which is the palm of the hand, or the hand versus the Yad is the entire arm. Lamed is like a learning staff, potentially from Lomed, Lamed. Mem from Maim, which is water. Nun from fish, from Nun, which is fish. One of the words for it. Samach from Somach, which is a support, so it's like a column. Samach Ayin. Ayin from an eye. Well, Ayin is eye. Pei is literally pei is mouth. Tzadeh, potentially Tsayad, which means like a hunter or a fisher. Tzadeh Kuf is I forget what it stands for, but the back of the head. Reish from Rosh, which is the like entire head. And and then Shin from Shinaim, also from Shad, which means breast, so either teeth or breast, and you can kind of see that shape with either, whether it's the like more of a kind of like a curvy W versus the like very sharp, and you can see how it could be depicted as either. And then the Tav is, I think, Tav means like a mark, and so they each stand for something.
I got you. I appreciate you, man. Appreciate the education.
Of course.
Yeah, I looked up the letters Yod He Vav He, bearing in mind this may also be in direct reference to a city god. The Yod is the hand minus the arm, like you're giving something to someone else, like an act of grace. The He is the four. Go ahead.
I was just going to say the Yod it's the entire hand, including the arm, whereas the Kaf is just the hand and not the arm.
Okay. So it's extending a hand. It's more than just a hand. It's extending a hand in grace. And then the He is the four corners, like four corners of the earth or four corners of your house. And then the Vav is a tent peg. So when you put it in that order, it makes the sentence. It makes a total idea, a complete idea. The idea of how grace connects these two houses. That's the tent peg that connects them. These two houses or these two worlds. And in the context of the Bible, that would be the heaven and the earth. So it's like the extended hand of grace by which heaven is tied to the earth, or earth is tied to heaven.
Oh yeah, that's interesting. I appreciate it.
I mean, it's nice, but from what I've heard from, I mean, even from people who like it would be in their theological interest to argue against this. Have you ever heard of Michael Heiser?
I'm aware of who that is. Yeah.
Yeah. So one of the big things that he said was that like that type of like breaking down words into like the letters and then like the meaning of the letters, like assigning them, like it's like there's really there's no way to like it's kind of it's just another, it's not that dissimilar to something like gematria. There's these underlying connections that can be drawn, but how they're drawn and in what ways someone uses to do with that, it's kind of like it doesn't necessarily have, and I mean not to say it doesn't have any value, but that people in the ancient past, there's no evidence that they were doing that.
Right.
So like just that context I thought was important.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like I personally do it. I think that because of how interpretive it is, that's it essentially means that it's impossible to use it as any sort of standard or like measure.
Well, it seems to me the reason that I think that that's a rational and not too biased interpretation of the Tetragrammaton is that it seems to go with the rest of the story as well.
Did each rabbi, when they did their opinions, did each of them, like they had rabbis that came with their opinions in philosophy and a philosophy mentality or scientific mentality? Did they come in that way when they did their opinions?
I mean, sometimes like they might reference like the common science of the day, like as it is commonly known in this case, so from this we can reason, or it usually it'll be stuff like the nature of certain animals or whatever, and using that to maybe like compare something in Torah, or like it's not anything too profound. It's just kind of what you'd expect.
What about like where Rich is coming from in syllogism? Did any rabbis coming in that way?
Wait, how do you mean?
And like what he's saying as far as his topic was syllogism. Is that, and I'm saying that right, Richard? Syllogism?
You are.
Okay. Did any rabbis come in that way or wrote their opinions in that way?
Like would Talmud include any syllogisms, like structured arguments like that?
Yeah, like a structured logical argument.
Oh yeah, it's full of that.
Okay.
Yeah, like one interesting interpretation of this biocentrism that Terrence Howard and I forget the other guy, like the other guy's name, like Billy Crosby, maybe, like the guy who's talking about aliens.
Carson.
Billy Carson. So like I heard this one actually like insane interpretation about like, you know, the exact dynamics and like the exact dynamics of like an actual dollar bill. And like if you actually measure the exact, I mean, Google actually has this specific answer, like accurate to this equation. Like if you actually measured out the exact dynamics of like a dollar bill, like this is just my guess, but if you look up how many dollar bills like actually fill, or how many $1 bills, like if you set them all down, like a million, or sorry, $1 billion bills, if you set them all down, they would fit into like 4 square miles. And I think like the actual dollar bill is like, I don't know, like 2 inches by 6 inches or something. But like, like if you ask Google, like how many dollar bills fit in the, 4 square miles, or how many dollar bills times a billion fit like into like a actual measurement. And it's like, it just, to me, that was like an insane proportion, and it kind of made sense. Like with, it is a square root of 2 multiplied by 3 divided by 3, which is like his kinetic energy loop. And when you actually like, I guess demonstrate, like the actual propensity of like, what this root of all evil is doing to us, then it just like really becomes like immaculate how, there actually could exist like, these antinomies, like this good and evil and immorality. And to me that like, I don't know, I just kind of had to say that real quick.
Sabine Hassenfelder has a really good review of what Terrence Howard's book is saying.
Oh, which one? Say it again. I'm sorry.
Sabine Hassenfelder. She's a German physicist.
Oh, okay. Oh, I got it. Sabine Hasselgen.
Yeah, I think it's Hassenfelder.
Oh, Hassenfelder. Okay. Thanks, brother. I appreciate it.
I'm not sure why, but I don't find anything Terrence Howard say to be interesting. I feel like he has, huh?
Likewise, I think he's taken a lot of esoteric and hermetic stuff to heart, but I think he's misapplying it.
Yeah, that's how it feels sometimes. But again, I feel like for me, there's a certain intentionality behind it. And like it feels mixed with self-aggrandizement, which I guess to each their own, right? But it doesn't necessarily come across as like a genuine pursuit for knowledge and understanding. I mean, whether or not whatever he's saying makes sense or not, to me, a lot of it doesn't really. But if, if that was the pursuit, I don't know. I feel like he would put in the effort in expressing those things in a more a structured academic format and just submit the shit.
That's right. Yeah, I see what you're saying. Do you think that are biased because he's out of the norm of how we've been taught when it comes to the academic that we've been raised in? Because what he's doing, he's challenging, like Tyler was saying, and when he used the word bondage, Terrence Howard is coming from out of the norm, and even Tyson said that's how a lot of genius are created, because they don't do things within the norm; they do it without the norm.
Do you know anything about kind of like the path that Jim Carrey has gone down in the past 10 or so years?
The actor Jim Carrey?
Yeah, it's very similar.
Oh, it is. I haven't. I have to pull that up because I haven't heard him speak on that. And I have to, I don't want to say anything against him, but no, I haven't heard. Thank you for that information. I'm gonna check that out.
So for me, okay, so being non-conformist is not the problem that I have with them. I don't have an issue with being non-conformist on any level at all, really. I think to some extent, probably everyone in this room has a little bit of that trait, right? I think it's within human nature to kind of have that trait. However, I don't necessarily think that necessarily has anything to do with his approach to this, right? Because take for example, the other day, you know what? Perfect example. The topic of discussion earlier today was the syllogism that was put together by Richard, right? Richard had put in the effort to make the premises, right, and the conclusion as concise and as straightforward, right, as possible. And each premise has a litany of information available, so he could explain each premise and how they connect, right? And so my problem with Terrence Howard is that he doesn't seem to go through that process. He's a man who obviously likes to read, right? But like every other human, right, he kind of picks and chooses what he finds to be interesting and he puts them together, right, in a way that makes sense to him. But the the problem with that is if something connects in your brain and you want to express it, you have to express it in a way where other people can understand it and make the same connections that you make. And I think to some extent your motivations are important.
Hey
Right?
guys, I gotta head off. I'm gonna still listen for a bit. Take care. This was
Okay, no problem.
I enjoyed it.
Thank you. Appreciate you, bro.
Take care. Enjoy talking with y'all.
See you, mate. See you, mate.
So I don't see him as being different from, let's say, a Christian, a fellow Christian who says they are a prophet because they've read the Bible and they've gained a very interesting or different perspective on something, right? And they just kind of like elaborate on it and kind of shared that with a lot of people and make connections. But in terms of like any formal explanation to where everyone would be able to kind of really grasp whatever he's trying to convey, right? No effort was put into that. It's just thoughts just thrown out there.
Put it in terms that people can understand. Is that what you're saying? Or more people can understand it?
Well, yeah, it's not necessarily just about understanding it. Put it in a way to where people can examine it.
Well, okay. He had you haven't seen his patents. He has 97 patents. You haven't seen them?
No, patents are irrelevant to me. Anyone can come up with an idea and patent it.
How many interviews did you see him do?
I've seen a few interviews like over the years. I haven't really watched any of his most recent ones, mainly because I was just turned off by like the short ones that he did in the past when he was, I guess, um, less out, less outward than he is now. Because like if you look at like his smaller interviews, I think the Joe Rogan one is like the longest one that he really did that I could find. But he wasn't really saying anything else different.
What about the one What about his lectures? But what about the lecture that he did at Oxford?
No, I did not watch that.
I think maybe check that out, and then one day if we be on a pound together, let me know your thoughts, because
I mean,
he
I mean,
he wanted
if it's a situation where he presented anything that was different
hmm
from when let's for example when he first starred in that Iron Man movie,
hmm
right? If it's any new information, I'll definitely consider listening to it. But if it's a situation where he hasn't really said anything new, he's just kind of repeating this stuff that he said just in long form,
hmm
it would basically be a waste of time. Because again, I don't find it interesting because I don't think his intentionality um, follows up with the pursuit that he espouses.
pursuit that do you know the pursuit that he's trying to expound on?
I mean, just like most intellectuals, right? He's trying to find a form of truth, right? And ways of how he can apply that in reality, right? Or make sense of reality.
Yeah, I see what you're saying, but I don't think that's his main point course of view. But I see what you're saying. I just think that I just like that as far as him coming with a perspective that's outside of the norm, and is no one has challenged him. He put it out there for people to challenge him. When he did at Oxford, he went into more details. They wouldn't let him bring his computer so he can do like what you just suggest. They wouldn't let him do that, but no one challenged him.
I mean, if he's a speaker, and most of the situations that I listened to his words were in the form of interviews.
No,
They
that's,
weren't
that's the
they
point.
weren't under circumstances where he's speaking to another intellectual or professional about a specific topic,
Right.
right? Because and I think it's more so a lack of interest in challenging people. Like just because no one's challenged you, right, on something, it doesn't necessarily mean anyone is afraid or, people just aren't not interested.
Well, that's not one-on-one in the scientific community. When someone come up with a scientific view, that's one of the things that they do is to challenge it.
Sure.
That's the norm. That's the norm in scientific. But the one what he did at Oxford is not an interview. It's a intellectual scientific challenge that he's putting out there. And when I mean, they didn't let him go into detail like he said on Joe Rogan because they wouldn't allow him to hook his computer in. But in the scientific community, 101 is the challenge.
Yeah, but there exists a structured way of how you can submit your challenge, which typically is that you will write a paper or papers, right?
Right.
Backed up with whichever evidences or whatever observations you've made,
hmm
right? Um, uh, with logical explanations,
hmm
right, as to how these things connect, why they connect, and right, and repeatable circumstances or
Right.
tests, right?
Mhm.
That's typically how you'd want to go about that.
Right.
Um,
Mhm.
I don't
Yeah.
necessarily see that. I mean, when you submit patents, right, you
Mhm.
don't have to go through that process. You can just, come up with something and just submit the idea, right?
Well, you do have papers on it though. It's not included within the patent, but you do have papers and scientific theories within those papers to that science would like to look at, that would want to look at. Well, he did do that, like you just said. He sent papers to what's the guy's name? Tyson, Michael something. I forgot it.
DeGrasse Tyson.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Which he rejected. He challenged it, pretty much rejected. But he, like what you said, he said though, sent him papers.
I
But
mean,
yeah,
sending another scientist papers is not like submitting it to being peer reviewed because peer review just essentially means being reviewed by your peers. That's essentially what it is, right?
hmm
Let's say, um, Richard's syllogism, right? We are all his peers in here. Him publicly putting out his idea in a structured form, right, is a way of submitting it for peer review, right? So so in the world of science, so to speak, right? Normally there are different publications you can go to submit your papers and have other people within that field, um, you know, address the things that was submitted in your paper. Sending it to Neil deGrasse Tyson is not going to that's not the proper way to do it.
No, he has those papers.
Huh?
You just described as far as that he did those papers.
But did he submit them though?
Yes,
That's what I'm saying.
He said he submitted them.
Oh, okay. I mean, if you can send me a link to where he submitted them, I would be that I would be interested in going through, right? Listening to his talks or whatever, it is what it is. But the papers, right, like that he submitted, that I would be definitely interested in going through.
Okay.
I mean, my idea is that like you're not going to be able to come up with like, okay, so my interpretation of like time and gravity. I mean, I don't think well, yeah, I don't precisely. I mean, gravity like has, I mean, gravity is like 9.8 meters per second. And essentially they say squared, but like the gravity would be different on the moon. The gravity would be different on Jupiter, Saturn. I mean, because but they would have, they have. I mean, I would imagine that they have the formula for gravity. But my point is that like he can say whatever he wants about Terrence Howard can say whatever he wants. Like he can come up with any. I mean, I'll just say. I mean, Einstein did, come up with a lot of theories, but he also, I don't know if that like I would necessarily call them patents, but like he came up with a lot of theories that he didn't actually know as like actually true, where like Terrence Howard was kind of doing this doing the like same I would say like the same sort of interpretation when it came to the elements, like the periodic timetable, and how he was able to construct like these different interpretations of diabolic nucleic acid and the RNA, and like he did like a really actually extraordinary job of describing how different elements are a buildup of other smaller elements. The further you go down the periodic table, the bigger the elements get, and all of those are different. Like they're all like a waste.
Sure, but none of that is groundbreaking. None of that is interesting.
It's not ground. Well, I mean, I wouldn't say like. I mean, that's the problem with like Galileo, and his theory of gravity, and how gravity is like this concept where you don't really need the actual you don't really need those formulas to land a space shuttle on the moon, for instance. You just need to know how to you just need to be able to run like a rocket ship simulation, and then you'll be able to know how to land the simulation. But the actual formula is my point. Like the
you can't have a simulation without the formula in the first
place. Yeah, they plug the formulas into the simulation. That's how they get it.
Yeah, but that's not like, I mean, the formula, like a groundbreaking, gravity formula that hasn't been demolished yet doesn't, show you how to actually build a rocket ship. That's my point. Like building a rocket ship is completely separate from the groundbreaking formula that Galileo devised out of, rolling spherical concrete down ramps. I mean, or dropping spherical concrete off of the Leaning Tower of Pisa. I mean, it's just a totally separate concept, even though it was a very accurate formula. I'm just saying it has nothing, like it's not, I mean, I agree, it's not groundbreaking in the sense, yeah, like someone has like, I mean, it's really in the people who are patenting, I mean, like for instance, like Newton is, like one of the most famous names of all time, and like his only invention really, other than these like, spooky experiments that explore the nature of gravity and explore the nature of gravity, like his Principia, okay? But like when it comes to like what he actually did for humanity, I mean, he invented a doggy door, okay? Like he invented a doggy door. I mean, he didn't create the space shuttle that landed on the moon. He actually just, refined like this, like how fast these objects were falling, but it didn't have anything to do with like, what these other people, like in the 1900s or the 1950s, like we're actually contributing to. So I'm just saying, like,
so is it because this is what I don't understand, right? Are you saying that the formula Newton came up with, right, to explain gravity at that time, right, is not as important as a guy, let's say, creating um, the wrench? Like, okay, so what you have to understand is that the reason why it's extremely important or as important is because of how it is applied. See, the way how these things work is that you can come up with your you can make an observation, right? And you can come up with your theory, right? And you need to test that theory against your observation and see if you get repeated results. Obviously, if it doesn't work, you have to make adjustments, right? And so once you run your tests, right, now you have to put that in a logical form. Typically, that is using mathematics, right? And so using that using that equation, right, it is now able to be applied in multiple different aspects of reality. So the inventors, the people who have like their super creative minds, right, who have the capacity to put physical things together, they now can use what he has put out to make to create things that are useful and beneficial to us. So the 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 guy that sits and put in the work and the effort to explain natural phenomena, right, in a concise, logical, and repeatable way, right, that's actually applicable, right, to things in our reality, right? Like he's just as important as the guy that like put the nuts and bolts together, right? Some people would argue more. I'm not going to say more important because the guy who puts the nuts and bolts together, right, and figure out creative ways of how to apply that thing, without his creativity, that whole equation, without the will and the creativity, the equation is essentially useless.
For clarity, Tyler, when you say the formula for gravity, you do mean differential calculus, right?
I mean, I'm talking about like the actual, it's 9.8 meters per second on Earth, and there's like a gradual.
Right.
I mean, it's like I understand it as like the 1, 3, 5, 7 gradation, like all the way down, and every time you pass 4 units of free fall in space, that's 1 unit of momentum or velocity. I mean, I'm probably butchering it.
Right.
But yeah, eventually, like the incrementation of the gravity gets smaller and smaller, and yeah, there will be like an actual way to
well,
like
that's the whole point.
Transform the actual momentum of heavier objects or smaller objects, like within that,
but that's the whole point, though, is Newton's real contribution to gravity was differential calculus. So that's why you're able to get those vanishingly small errors, is because he can chop it into smaller and smaller pieces.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, I mean, in terms of who is actually, like in terms of who are actually, in terms of who should actually, I guess be receiving credit, like whether or not it's, I guess it's between, well, I mean, like maybe Terrence Howard was trying to give, praise to Tesla, in some sense where he was
Tesla
actually
deserves a lot of praise. Yeah.
Yeah,
So I'm just gonna say that, like, yeah, I mean, religion is always going to be against progressive knowledge in terms of like traveling space and like
that's
I
not
mean,
true.
that's not true.
Yeah,
No.
Not
not
always.
Well, yeah, I guess, yeah, like, yeah,
Conservatism
you're
and
right. Yeah, you're right.
traditionalism and
You're right. Like,
religion
yeah,
is
there's
they're
hope
not
in
one
traveling
and
space.
the same.
yeah, that's
Yeah,
the
I'm
difference.
just saying. I mean, it's making our world look extremely greedy right now.
You said making the world look extremely greedy. How so?
Well, I'm just saying, like, I mean, if we haven't even figured out our problems on Earth and we're trying to have like a space force to protect us from aliens and travel the solar system or,
Well,
find life. I
let me
mean,
ask you this
people are
then.
suffering. I'm just saying we
If
look really
it's really bad now, which time in history would you prefer to live?
Well, yeah, I mean, I mean, as an anti-natalist, I would definitely have to say, like, I'm better never to have been, in the words of Jesus in response to Judas's actions. I mean, I fully believe in that interpretation. I'm not exactly up for just violently, uh, just disappearing. I'm just saying, like, yeah, I mean, overall, like, I mean, I cherish, like, people, places, and things. Well, things. I mean, I cherish, people, places, and yeah, food, and like what's going on in the world and charity. I'm just saying, like, I mean, if you like, this is my problem with, like, people acting like they're actually, taking their like God's will, like demonstrably, like infallibly, accurately, when I mean, what's on the news is that there's, about to be, what, or, there's so much going on, or we need to, give charity here, give charity there. And it's just, it's just a never ending cycle. It's just like samsara, a cycle of suffering, um, or whatnot. I mean, like, when it comes to, yeah, like the actual, like, totalitarian statistics of like the world and us being strangers to that and just trying to form, uh, like allegiance against evil, then yeah, like I don't think that there's necessarily anything, wrong with like giving up our past and, trying to like have a better future or ascend to heaven even. But like, yeah, when it comes to like the actual, like what, like the actual problems are in the world, like I don't think that this scientific method in trying to uh actuate like progressive knowledge is actually doing anything moral or anything good for the world. I mean, it's not evolving us. It's not like doing anything for us spiritually for me.
So,
I mean,
so
obviously that's going to come from religion. I would
right.
say spiritual wanting the will to live is going to come from religion. And yeah, the will to just accept this greed. I mean, I don't know what like a
But I'm sorry. I'm just trying to get to. Did you actually answer atheist question? So it doesn't. So you it doesn't matter what time zone, I guess, what you're saying, because all the things that's going on and things that people have done in the time zone, it really doesn't matter what time zone that you rather live in. Is that what you're saying? Because I really, I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
yeah. I mean, I
No.
believe.
If things are worse now,
Uh-huh.
then which time in history would it be better?
That's why, that's why I was thinking your answer, because I'm sorry, I didn't get it as far as what he was saying.
Well,
And
no,
his
I mean, I don't
answer
think
is
that
it would.
I biblically don't believe that there is a good time ever to be. I don't think that this creation of your God like should have ever existed. Like,
Oh,
if if we are, I mean, I believe we're all equal and we should all be treated equally, and there's no equality anywhere.
I got it.
So that's my interpretation of like good and evil. So yeah, I mean, that's why like I'd be biblically like assertive in saying that, like, yeah, I should have never been.
Okay.
Yeah, I got you. I see it. I see your point of view. Thank you.
I mean, if I help someone over there, you know, I'm making someone else's job. I mean, it's just I mean, if I do help someone, then yeah, like I am using my debt for like the good works. And if but then I mean, my Pythagorean problem is then it's never going to help the animals, and it's never going to solve this mortality problem. It's never going to be like, we're never gonna get out of this well, I think it's called like it's not like a plateau. It's called like a asymptotic. It's like an asymptotic level of evolution where we're plateauing and we can't get any further, and we're just doing whatever we want and just letting basically we're just unleashing the beast with progressive knowledge and science. And yeah, it's I'm not saying that atheism is helping any with generic subjective continuity. It's probably just causing more problems. And yeah, like there's just nothing that says to me that will say we're going in some direction that is going to break this asymptomatic, or I mean asymptotic like plateau in evolution that we're in, because we're just going along like we're chimps from 20 million years ago, acting like there's no problems that are existing. I mean, there's no criminal problems existing in the world even. I mean, we're talking about like, whether or not someone should get credibility for, writing, a math problem on a piece of paper, when in reality that, that's never helped anyone. The only real thing that's helped people is forcing people, to be in cages, forcing people to go into the sphincter of the Sphinx, or the shackles of the cave, or the, yeah, like, now it's like just prisons and state hospitals. And yeah, I guess that in a sense is some evolution. And yeah, there's a lot of animals suffering for our prosperity in that regards. But it's not solving any.
How did we get from evolution to the sphincter of the Sphinx? And I'm not going to lie, that kind of sounds fun.
Murderers, rapists, and pedophiles, or those types of problems that exist that have always existed in civilization, that we're not evolving. We're at an asymptomatic or a asymptotic plateau when it comes to that evolution. We're not evolving into anything. We're not like some Essene planet keepers that are going to solve these real problems of all of that crime. So I mean, we're just not gods. We're not gods. We're not prophets. We're just, I mean, the only thing we can prophesize is that more of that crime is going to happen. And yeah, it just doesn't seem like something that like I want any hand in. I mean, especially like if it's just going to be an infinite amount of debt to like serve these to serve justice for these problems that are never going to decimate or be demolished.
Interesting.
So yeah, like I don't even think it has anything. I don't even think it has anything to do with language. I don't think it has anything at all to do with language. Like in that sense, I think it has to do with how like our brains develop, and it is a a determinism. It is a capacity for determinism and a lack of free will, and understanding that yeah, like it's all this like traumatic brain injury that we can't handle and that we can't fix. It's like it's like watching these Hollywood movies like over and over again is going to somehow cure like our amnesia for like the actual news that's going on cable every night or something, or like the news that is going on YouTube now. So it's like it's just for me, that's samsara, that's infinite hell. And yeah, it's not anything. I mean, that's it's like another interpretation is that like King Solomon had 72 demons. There's 72 demons when you sacrifice yourself for Allah, or the alleviating song of heaven or something. And then there's 33 million demons of Krishna that we're going to have to handle for this, final, like push out of being at war with each other, and trying to actually like have some Amish civilization instead of just being, like a global kleptocracy that, really doesn't care about each other. I mean, we really seem like, dissent, and like, no offense, Richard, but like, we just kind of seem like dissenters. It's like, for me, it's like difficult to get away from that fact where like, we don't know what we don't understand what the right hand is doing, or when the left hand is, I don't know, impaling. And it's just, really difficult for us to actually catch a grasp on how, insane the statistics actually are. And we don't care about the statistics because we're in our own little solipsistic worlds that only, mean anything to like our nuclear family. And we don't think about our ancestors in that regards. I mean, we don't think about, our ancestral past, or, I mean, when we think of like our DNA, we don't think of, like wars or hunting and gathering, or what it took to like actually evolve our brains. We just think about like who we're related to, and where our families are located, or who we might know here, and how we're connected through the internet. And the internet is just indefinitely never going to last, by all of this progressive scientific knowledge. And yeah, so it's like we want to have some false interpretation of heaven, when really it is an accurate I mean, the news and the statistics are an accurate interpretation of a biblical hell. Yeah, it's like, I mean, I don't really have like a, a good, alternative other than, yeah, like it's just like our time is up, and there's
But
not really any good reason. Sorry.
As per the discussion earlier, there is no biblical hell. There's a Sheol, and there's a lake of fire, but I wouldn't say that I look around and see a lake of fire.
I guess that would be within the context you put it in. I guess coming from a Christian point of view, that would be hell, right? What you just described, Sheol and the lake of fire. You put those two together within the Christian context, that would be hell, right?
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. I don't. You're sort of saying that Earth represents a biblical hell. Well, not any hell that I'm sort of aware of, unless hell is
I just don't like. I don't know how.
I think
like, I mean,
I think it's
like, I mean, it's almost like, I mean, what is the difference between being like stuck in Ukraine or being stuck in like Palestine, comparatively to 1 billion years from now? I don't see how there's any like relative difference to that hell that's happening right now comparatively to 1 billion years, like a lake of firing, a lake of fire, taking everything but the tachyon,
I can see
troglodytes.
I can see a huge glaring difference, and then dozens, if not hundreds, of differences.
No, but not for them. I'm just saying in Palestine,
like
Ukraine.
I know. I'm saying even if I was in Palestine, I don't know what that echo is. That's terrible.
It's coming through Tyler. Whenever he mutes, it's not there. You notice.
Okay.
He is trying to mute.
The difference,
he is trying to be kind and mute in between talking.
Oh, thank you, Tyler.
I'm really excited to hear more about this Amish paradise.
Yeah. Well, the main difference to start with is that people in Palestine who are suffering, there's every chance that's going to end at some point. That war will not go on forever.
Right.
And while it might go on for some of their lives, it still ends at some point. Right. Eternity in hell doesn't end. There's your main difference.
Right.
So I know if I had to choose one of those two, well, I'm guaranteed eternal suffering, or I could, risk suffering.
I guess where he's coming from,
for a finite time.
I guess what he's coming from I think he can expand on it. I guess, like you said, the Palestine will end, but then another war will take place. I think just the word war.
Yeah, that's fine, but it's different people now, so it's the suffering.
Okay.
Those people, the ones that suffered in Palestine, the war is over.
Right.
That suffering ends. Now, yeah, different people are suffering.
But
it's very different to the one person suffering for eternity.
Exactly.
They're not analogous.
Yeah, that's true. Or a group of people within that one location. So yeah, I see what you're saying.
Exactly, yeah.
Of course, it goes without saying that I picked up on the Weird Al Yankovic reference.
Thank you.
In fact, I almost quoted the next line to follow, but there was too much conversation going on. One of my favorite things to talk about recently with people who identify as non-Christian is that when we're talking about these topics, if a person does reject Christianity, then they should be consistent within themselves and reject all of it. And what I mean by that is to say something like, I reject Christianity, yet my conception of hell is the following Christian doctrinal view of hell is inconsistent within itself. So I would rather that a person choose something. Now, I myself, and in consideration of the accuracy of Asherah's Orchard in his talking about Hades, Sheol, Gehenna, and hell and the differences therein, I see the Bible describing very little about the internal workings and situation of hell, just like it does very little to describe internal heaven. And should be that way, that that we are not spoiled by knowing too much. I could say it that way. That we're left our innocence, our ability to argue these things, and that's important. This argumentation, which is why I have this channel, is because I think it's important. That hell, like heaven, is a real place, and since the hell that comes to this earth will be burnt up in the lake of fire. It is not filled with fire. After all, if something is filled with fire, it can contain fire. If that containment can hold fire, it wouldn't be destroyed by fire. That would make absolutely no sense. So I abandon the Christian doctrine of hell being filled with fire because the Bible insists it can't be. Because it can be destroyed by that lake of fire. And I take the biblical view of the description of how the lake of fire will be made, and that is by removal of the world's large bodies of water, called seas in the text. There will be no more sea. And that this, the earth's internal heat, which is right now regulated at the surface by things like evaporating water and the salinity of the ocean conveyor, transferring heat and cold across the globe, keeping the crust presently solid. Were that removed, it would become a lake of fire, like actual magma, lava, at the surface everywhere. And that's what's being described. And that physical occurrence would destroy a physical thing that could be melted in it. And that physical thing would be the hell that arrives here, which doesn't mean there aren't other hells to suffer in. But what it's describing is physical places descending from the heavens or sky or space, the cosmos, coming to this planet. And with that view, I'd expect that hell, like heaven, would be filled with great technology, not with magic, not with flames. Now, to me, it's much, much, much more threatening to say something that I can conceive of rather than something I can't conceive of. And the thing I can't conceive of, which Christians espouse normally, is that my flesh would be constantly restored and be being burnt off in hell. Well, first of all, the text denies that. And second of all, it makes no damn sense. But instead, what I believe hell is is to be captured by high technology that you don't understand, separated you individually from all of your kind and all of the love and all of the things that you value right now in the kind of animal that you are and your associate tribe animal, and being used as a tool, say perhaps hooked up to a machine so that it can take advantage of your nature, with those who running that real physical place don't have that nature. So they're there to take advantage of you, and you are held captive, conscious, unable to defend yourself or escape in any way for the rest of eternity. That is, they will keep fixing your body forever. Now that's damn scary.
Yeah, I agree. That is, yeah, I agree with that. Scary. But you said at the beginning, Christianity reject, if they reject one, they should reject it all. If they reject one,
Right.
they should reject it. Okay.
Yeah, let me give an example of that. Let's say I'm poor at math, and I am. I'm poor at all forms of mathematics. I'm just very, very basic. So I think I want to become better at mathematics.
Right.
So I hire a tutor. And this tutor says all kinds of interesting things to me, and my brain is just buzzing with all this new information. I think I'm really learning stuff, right? But then I go to apply it, and it just doesn't work in reality. The mathematics cause issues and problems. I can't machine things based on these mathematics. I can't measure for a building foundation. I can't do anything with these mathematics this guy has given me. So I say, well, I'm firing my tutor. He obviously doesn't know what he's talking about. See, but then that doesn't allow me the opportunity to fire the book of mathematics he was teaching me out of. Just because I reject Christianity doesn't mean I get to throw away the Bible. Okay. In fact, what it means is what I should do is take a fresh look at that book of mathematics and say, what is it saying for itself? And does that comport to reality? So to do something like say, I'm not a Christian because Christians don't make sense, and then use a Christian doctrinal view of interpretation of the Bible, it's just inconsistent within self.
And I think it's important to clarify, in case you missed it, Von Eric, that Richard said Christians who do this.
Right.
So he's referring to just specific Christians who say they're not Christians, but then espouse a whole heap of Christian ideology and dogma.
Okay.
He's saying if you're going to reject,
right. I see what you're saying. If you're going
most of it or half of it, then reject all of it.
Reject all of
it. Like the cultural Christian atheist who can't see past their culture, but they reject the idea set. But because they can't see past their own culture and what they've been taught to think, they can't get past the brainwashing. They cannot look at it cleanly. Okay. And I just think it's intellectually irresponsible and childlike.
Yeah, I see you. Yeah, I see that point of view. Yeah. I appreciate that. I just wanted to expound. Yeah, I appreciate you two atheists for expounding on that. Could you when you did it in the mathematical way, could you take some of those equations and put it in the other mathematic standards?
Well, let's say he accidentally said things that were true and worked in reality. I would keep those.
Okay.
Okay. Which I think the Christians do sometimes say things that are true in reality, and I don't reject those.
Okay.
But everything should be tested. I mean, Jesus says, let us reason together. He's talking about rationality there and our ability to judge things, to discern things, to see if they're rational or not. That's what he's talking about there. Or, in the Old Testament reads, believe not what you receive, but, test every spirit. Well, yeah, that's a really good idea.
Right.
And what does it mean to test against something? We'll test it against reality.
Okay. Now, even in when you ration now, we can use different groups of standards to ration. We can use I can rationalize things in a scientific standard, and it should be accepted, right?
Sure, if it's physical, sure.
Mm-hmm.
But of course, there's things that are non-physical. There's immaterial constructs, things like morality, mathematics, etc. Right?
Right.
Language,
Right.
and that's a different set of rules for judging those things. But certainly, I can say something like there's a standard set of rules for the language modern English, right? And if something doesn't comport to those rules, then I can say, well, it's bad English or it's inaccurate or something like that. But we know what the rules are, no matter whether it's an immaterial construct or a physical object.
I mean, I have like an interpretation. I mean, I saw like last night that basically we've depleted like something like 95 or 96% of somehow like the mineable iron, and this isn't comparative to like you know the cobalt and you know uranium or just the iron was like at a 95% depletion rate. And then I've also seen, you know, like I mean it looked like a real video to me. I haven't tried it out myself, but they just connected a like a piece of wire to like the innards of a tree, and they were able to turn on. I mean, this is what my interpretation of this experiment was. Like they just were able to turn. Like this is the problem, you know, with like, you know, a tree has to die one day. I mean, it might be able to last like, I don't know, 1,000 years, and it might be able to like give you
Just
a
tell me about the
line
experiment.
to a light bulb. It might
Tyler,
actually
just
be able
stay
to
to
light
the
a light
experiment.
bulb. You might actually be able to stick, you know, a wire into like the juices of a tree and be able to turn on a light bulb that way. That was what I saw on video. And yeah, like that's one of these, you know, Tesla, you know, free energy theories that we can just use this
It's not
abundance
free
of
energy.
I
Tree
know it's not
sap
free
is
energy.
acidic. That's why that would be able to do that. You can do that with potato. Elementary school kids do all the time.
Well, I definitely understand it's not free energy.
Okay. And I don't. People keep talking about free energy. I'm not sure if you mean vacuum state energy, 0 point energy, or telluric currents. Because you can get telluric currents out of the earth, but it is more expensive to do than other means that we currently have available. But that's what they used to run the telegraph on, was telluric current.
Yeah, I don't remember the exact resource or element for fusion ignition, but I was like understanding, you know, they were going to be able to like, you know, if this fusion ignition were to work, like they could create like, you know, some cyberpunk future and, you know, fly to Mars in 2 hours. And yeah, it just doesn't seem accurate at all. Like, especially if this resource is just insanely finite.
Okay.
Tyler, there's been 2, maybe 3 times you referred to, what did you say, fusion ignition? Would you tell me what that means? Because I mean, I know the words, but I can't put them together.
Somehow they have this. Somehow they are able to create energy out of directing 2 lasers at each other, like in direct. I don't know. It might be like a multiplicity of lasers, and yeah, like lasers come from photons, and they come from fuel sources and batteries and all of these other elements, and you need juice for this stuff, and you need juice for photons, you need juice for a flashlight, but it's like, you know, it's like basically like assembling like, you know, 1 billion flashlights into one laser, and they just, you know, have, yeah, they have like, you know, like a cross hatching. Well, they have a cross hatching of all of these you know, like that's how they create a laser. They just shoot out, you know, like
So
they just
then at
put.
the intersections, at the intersecting
Sorry,
point of the lasers, what
lack
happens?
of. Well, somehow this, when the lasers intersect, it's able to create like basically like a singularity where the multiplicity of energy starts creating new actual energy, like new heat is created from not just like the actual heat of the lasers, but there's like a responsive heat, and that heat is like, if that heat were to be able to be controlled, or we had like a, if we had like a abundance of this actual resource that is able to actuate this fusion ignition, then yeah, like we would be able to like, reassemble our whole electrical grid, but we don't have that resource.
If it's what I'm thinking of, my understanding is we have very recently actually discovered how to make free energy, but the machines required to do it require so much electricity that it's totally unfeasible.
Man, that's what I was thinking too. But go ahead. I'm sorry.
Like, to power the lasers, they have to pour tons and tons of juice into it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he was confusing the description a little bit. They take pellets of really dense energy, and like deuterium or something like that, and then they fire the lasers like he said, and it doesn't create energy out of nothing or create new energy, but the temperature gets so high that it fuses those very light elements together like would normally happen in a hydrogen bomb, except in a slower controlled chain reaction.
You said pellets. Right? What's the?
That was my understanding.
Understand? Oh, okay.
But I mean, I've also read where it's they use magnets to hold in a plasma. So I don't know which. Maybe I think in America they did the pellet one, and in China they did that magnet with the. So I don't know.
Yeah. Well, Richard, I appreciate you having me up here, man. Thank you, everybody, for answering my questions. I appreciate and feel honored talking to y'all today. And everybody in the chat, y'all have a blessed day and much love and respect.
You too.
It's our honor.
All right, man. Take care.
Coming.
All right.
Always a gentleman, that Von Erich.
Yeah.
Always a gentleman. Very nice.
Did you guys see Oppenheimer? Like, I mean, I just thought that the way it does look like it was just like a bunch of chemical output with like a signal and just like an ignition, and like the way they created that, just like spherical, like they just created this like, spherical bomb, and it was just like, it was just insane how they just were able to, put that together. I mean, like, and then, supposedly, I don't know how, like, I don't think that, like, well, I guess her name is Sabine Hassenfelder, and she's kind of debunking this nuclear energy, and, like the word nuclear actually comes from atoms, and it's like, we don't really have atoms, we have elements, we have the periodic timetable, and that's what we're really using to create energy. And it's like, so she's kind of debunking, like nuclear factories and how they're not really competent to carry us into the future.
No, she's actually very pro-nuclear. She was just debunking Terrence Howard's 2 + 2 = 5, because I have seen this a while back. I don't remember all of it, but she was saying that his big things that he thinks is such a breakthrough are just clearly wrong. So maybe he means it way differently than physicists and mathematicians mean it, but what he's saying just doesn't make sense.
Well, I mean, the problem is, like, I mean, we're gonna have to like use up a lot of electricity to have this, nuclear energy that's purifying our water, and probably has some electricity to do with it all, like probably has some electricity too, and then it's a matter of like whether or not we're going to be able to contain globalization, through the air, wind, solar, wind, solar. Yeah, there's just the air. That's all we have is windmills, water mills, and solar, if I don't stand corrected. Other than just, using like the most insane amounts of electricity to try to like, purify our water systems, or, purify, like, to like use refrigeration and all of that. I mean, that's to me that's my interpretation of what nuclear energy is. I mean, I'm not a academic scientist or anything. I don't have a degree, but
all any electricity production is heating water up to turn turbines. And it's just how we heat the water up. Do we do it with coal? Do we do it with nuclear? But there is other forms. There's the geothermal, for instance, which is pure heat straight from the ground that could
Yeah.
heat our water, and we have to burn nothing. Volcanoes are already spewing tons and tons of carbon dioxide into the air, so let's utilize that stuff.
And in Iceland, they do utilize quite a bit of it.
I understand that's also New
well, I
Zealand.
mean, a lot of this, like, I mean, one of the
No, go ahead, Tyler.
one of the things that like we could also use, like, I don't know how far like a car can travel kinetically, like.
Well, did not kick him, just FYI. Just lost his connection. Comes back, I'll bring him back up. I don't know. It's a simple formulation of drag versus momentum to say, well, how far will a car roll? Well, how lubed is it? How aerodynamic is it? Is it on a level? What speed was it going versus air resistance? Which way is the wind blowing? So we can calculate all that. I don't think there's any magic.
Coefficient of friction of the road. He's throwing all these words together, and they just, a lot of them sometimes don't make sense. Like, at one point, he was naming off all these different units of how to measure electricity. Yeah, we know what the units are. What's the point of you naming them?
I can't say that I can track his thought process. It's obvious he spent a lot of time on what he's talking about, a lot of time thinking about it. But like I said, I didn't get to sit there beside him, and he didn't walk me through it, and he's not walking me through it now, and I can't understand.
No.
And I'm not even saying that what he came to as a logical conclusion to whatever topic is inaccurate or wrong or couldn't be reached through his line of logic. I just don't know what that line was.
No, because, and I'm just going to speak from personal experience. So this is what I've experienced, and what I feel I saw happening was he's very intelligent and does a lot of research, but he's overloaded with that information and is struggling to come to a coherent worldview. And the thoughts don't come to a cohesive conclusion. They just roll on to the next thought because it's still all messy in his head.
Any of you guys happen to catch Brojo's show? I think it was last night, maybe the night before. I can't really recall, where we were reviewing a video talking about mass psychosis and how to induce that onto people.
Right.
And he's in, like, I think step 2 of how to fall into a mass psychosis. Just overloaded with all this information. It doesn't actually make sense together. He's trying to make sense. He's trying to compile it and make it make sense for himself.
Well, that's why I was suggesting that he write it down, because my issue was I just couldn't follow what he was saying.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe some diagrams.
And for my slow stoner brain, it was like he was on double speed. I kept trying to go to the settings and put it back to normal speed.
Oh shit.
So fast.
Yeah, he's trying to get all his great ideas out so quick, but we just aren't following him.
I
So he
think
needs to adjust the way he delivers it.
I think some people, obviously not all, some people, especially someone with a mind like his, needs to be taught how to think. Like, give his thought processes structure. Because
Mm-hmm.
a lot of people, they can absorb a lot of information, but they have issues structuring sometimes. I certainly had that issue when I was a kid. Um, so I think probably what he needs to do is to consider coming up with a mental method or sorting method, um, or processing method. I think that would probably help. I think I can generally get an idea as to what a lot of what he's saying and trying to make the connections, because I think part of it also is that I have a very abstract brain, right? And so certain things that on its face that might not connect intuitively, they can in my brain connect, right? Some way, right? Maybe it's a form of
Yeah, like
delusional justification on
sorry
my
guys.
part.
So I'm actually, speaking of psychosis, I'm receiving a call from my treatment team, but that can wait. Yeah, so yeah, like I'm just
Sorry,
saying, they
from
are experimenting with nanopart.
who are you getting a call from?
They're called the Assertive Community Treatment. They're called the Assertive Community Treatment Team. I'm in Roanoke, Virginia.
Dude, if you need to take that call, we'll still be
Yeah.
here.
We'll be here when you get back, Tyler. Take your
No,
call, bro.
my appointment's tomorrow. I actually have an appointment tomorrow. I'm not worried about Monday. I just wanted to say like one last thing.
Yeah, go for it.
Well, there's like this, they're doing like so like part of my argument, like as like philosophy and science, like, so I mean my point with like the Acropolis is like, if you just were born and there was there was an Acropolis, like there was the Acropolis, like in its pristine form, you wouldn't, and you weren't an architect, like you wouldn't have had any real knowledge of how to create that. And it's like the same thing, like that's why we're kind of like Luddites technically, like we don't know really, we don't have the actually assembly lines to actually like be able to create this biotechnology for ourselves. And so they are I mean, part of my like argument also is that like we're so like asymmetrical, like when it comes to having like a utopia and a humanity that's like basically mining and like using all of these like giving us all of these resources, and there's importation taxes and exportation taxes. And like a part of the problem for me is that like we're not experimenting enough with like what I like, well, there's like carbon reserves where they can break down like the actual fossil fuel carbonation particles into nanoparticles. And that's like fossil fuels can carry us for 500 years. But they're saying, like, climatologists are saying, well, I don't know, like scientists are saying that the actual like crude oil will only last another 50 years, like 50 years. And I'm not saying anything strange. I'm just saying, like those are the facts. Like, if we have carbon, if we're able to break down these carbon fossil fuels into nanoparticles and use them as like carbon reserves, that might carry. I mean, that could possibly, carry flight technology for another 500 years. I'm not really certain what they mean by that. I'm not really certain if they mean, like, I mean, because I've seen other research that says, yeah, like our aviation technology is going to be gone in 50 years, and that would just demolish the global industrial economy. And for a part of me is thinking that like we do have a problem with like our complex, like, well, especially like the first world complexes, like the military, medical, and industrial, agricultural, industrial complex, where we're just overusing so much of this electricity, or these fossil fuels in reality, like crude oil, to be able to subsidize our electricity and like our transportation. I mean, all of this transportation doesn't just run off fossil fuels. We need batteries and chemicals for those batteries. We need chemicals for our rocket ships, and so we have a finite amount of resources when it comes to like this actual solar system endeavor. And I don't think we're being like very critical, and like it seems like like we have I mean, it's just, to me, like, do you agree, Richard? Like, it's insane that we have part of the world is suffering from morbid obesity, and then another part of the world is starving to death. Is that just like a little bit wrong to you?
Okay. No, well, yeah, obviously to me it's quite wrong, but it sounds like your major concern is resources. Of course, you and I aren't the first ones to realize there's a total volume of the planet, and there's only so much stuff here, right? But that is exactly why we're entertaining the idea and promoting the science, paying for the science to get off of the planet so that we can have resources from off planet in order to survive the human race, to cause the
I
survival
mean,
of the
I'm gonna
human.
have to say, like, it's called what do they call it? They call it like like they're mining actual, like they're talking about mining, you know, asteroids, and we can't even I'm sorry, but we can't even. I hate to be such a liberal or such an apologist, but I mean, we can't even land. I mean, we're talking about landing on an asteroid, Richard, and like mining those resources on. I mean, that's what they were talking about 3 years ago. I mean, that was, who knows? Yeah, I mean, now they're just talking about, trying
We've
to
landed on a
like
asteroid.
hybridize and cultivate Mars, right?
We've actually landed
Successfully
satellites.
landed
Yeah.
on a, yeah.
Well, I mean, how
Yeah,
are we gonna?
yeah.
I just don't think robots can deliver those resources back to Earth. I mean,
Well,
it,
the point of
That's what mass drivers do. You just fling
yeah,
them, and then you have something in orbit to catch it.
yeah. I mean, the goal at the end of
well,
the
yeah,
day,
the
right
asteroid belt.
now.
Yeah, I think Terrence Howard actually mentioned the asteroid belt.
So right now, our goal, it seems to be very simple, right? We have to, because to do all of that, you have to develop infrastructure. And when I say infrastructure, not just infrastructure on Earth to send stuff out of place, we would need relay stations, and we would actually have to pick very carefully where we want to go and set up shop. It needs to make sense on so many levels, because obviously you have to take the survival of people into consideration first, right? So even if we come, the other question is there anything worth mining in the first place? How dangerous would it be to mine in a specific location? And to be honest, I don't think we're going to be getting to the point of where we're going to be using up every single piece of resource on the planet, because we are a super tiny percentage of its biomass and the overall mass. Um, so that's not something I'm necessarily worried about. I think it comes back down to how much effort will be put in to mine certain resources, right? Like right now, it makes sense to mine certain resources, mainly because, oh, that's funny. Mainly because we currently have the infrastructure to do so, right? But once
Exactly.
we develop better ways to mine other resources, right? Like, let's say energy, right? Solar panels are pretty efficient, but they can be way better, like commercially, and available ones, right? Like the panels that NASA's probably using on a lot of their stuff in space. It's probably not what we have here. Those are probably way more efficient. It's just that the way how they're constructed, right? They're constructed in such a way to work in outer space. Now you have to re-engineer that to work here on Earth, considering all the other
See,
elements.
exactly. In a nutshell, it comes down to need, and there's no governments see no need to pour money into getting off the planet. But you can see all it takes is one crazy billionaire, and we now have private flights into space. So imagine if there was 1,000 crazy billionaires working on getting off the planet, paying people who are smart enough to, we could do it. I don't think that any of what you sort of suggested, Tyler, is out of our reach. And
they
as an
will.
atheist, I was going to say this earlier. I agree with your sentiment about where we're headed as a species. I just was struggling to see how you connect it to ancient texts.
And they came together, having been persuaded, and a fire put in them to make thin, pale tiles using the terminate language of mathematics to build a structure in the heavens that all of them could come together and accomplish whatever they imagined. And at one point, people said, well, you couldn't possibly build an internet.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just have to like say, this internet, I mean, to me, like everything, I mean, I'm on like welfare, and I'm in like the top 10% richest, category in the world.
True.
And, to me, that's like, that kind of is definitive that like something, I mean, for me to be like the top richest, people in the world, and like, I mean, I don't have a car, like I don't have any of the, I don't have, I don't have a house. I'm just saying, like, it's difficult for me, like in my position as like a millennial, to consider all of these things, like when, like, for instance, yeah, I mean, like,
Well,
it's just really, for me, it's like a very
picture
dark,
this. I watched a
it's a
video
very,
the other day. It blew my mind because I knew this was gonna happen, but I didn't know it was already such a thing. But an American couple, young couple, probably late 20s, early 30s, so I don't know what generation that is, but the husband, to help the wife not snack, had put a magnetic lock on the cupboard, right? With the release was inside the wall of the cupboard, and you had to put a chip against it to deactivate to open the cupboard. And the video was just about, oh, my husband did this, look how awesome he is. But the thing that blew my mind was the chip was in her wrist. And they had things all through the house that were activated by this chip in her wrist. And I probably just sound like an old man blown away by
well, I
this new
definitely did
mobile
not
phone thing,
see,
but that
I
that
definitely did not see the Neuralink cure quadriplegia. I mean, I certainly did not. Whatever I saw that the Neuralink was trying to do with quadriplegics, I certainly did not see the Neuralink, cure quadriplegia, or like, do something for ALS. I mean, all I was seeing was like,
yeah,
yeah, people just having some, simulative experience with their smartphones, or yeah, their Neuralinks, but yeah, and there's some amazing robots. There's definitely some amazing realistic robots, and that could go wrong places. Which hopefully it doesn't. It's just that, like, yeah, I mean, there's a
we
lot of,
can now stick wires into someone's brain and get a rough, shadowy image of what they are thinking. Like that is phenomenal to me. We've managed to map the brain that much that we can now essentially read it. Read your thoughts. As far as images go, anyway.
Yeah, like transcranial magnetic stimulation, like in having like some DSM-5 diagnostic, I would believe you.
Actually, from what I understand, the individual has to be mapped, and then you can put probes on their head and ask them to think about a certain thing, and that gets mapped, and then if they go and return to that same thing, the computer. It's not. That's not
Okay,
that
that's
amazing,
not that
actually.
is no, that's not that cool, but
No, but the
I mean,
Neuralink
it's
thing, that's
cool.
pretty cool. Also, look into cochlear implants, where we can put a chip in a person's what's auditory function of the brain, auditory receiving function of the brain, and it's quite amazing, actually. They'll put a Wi-Fi connected, right, microphone to the chip, right, and then the chip makes electrical signals into the brain, very complex electrical signals. And at first, when you flip this on, it's just junk. Like, what is the person going to hear in their head? They're going to hear like, it makes no sense at all, right? But over time and with a little bit of training, the brain will sort out those things. So I could show you like a video of this guy. He had the ability of speech in his youth. Hearing in his youth. He lost that ability into his adulthood, had been deaf for several years. So he was able to speak, although his voice sounds like, it sounds like a deaf person because he can't tell what he sounds like, but he learned to meter it. So he's really nasal and monotone, and he can't tell that, right? But he gets a cochlear implant, and he is walking the nurse and the audience via camera, walking us through his experience of what's going on in his brain with this cochlear implant. So he starts out saying, "Well, I'm only hearing like static, and then the static becomes like piano, and then the piano becomes like robotic voices, and then the robotic voices gain nuance and tonality and expression and feeling, and eventually he gets to where, and it's like it was like in the matter of less than hours that he does this." So that's really interesting. If you want, I'm gonna go ahead and find that and link it for you.
Which now you sort of understand why you see the videos of the little kids when they switch it on and they start crying and screaming, because can't imagine the cacophony that their brain is trying to process.
Right. So the amazing thing is that the brain can rewire itself to adapt to wherever the probes end up. That's the really incredible part, that the real technology is in the brain.
You can technically remove half of someone's brain and they will still be operational.
Not technically, you can.
Literally.
And
Yeah.
I supported someone who literally had one lobe left. A machete attack. And
Jesus.
yep, survived at 17 years old too. He obviously wasn't the same, but he survived.
Yeah. I mean,
And he
and
could
that's the interesting thing, right?
communicate.
Because each lobe sometimes is kind of responsible for certain things, but having one lobe gives you the capacity, not in every circumstance, obviously, to pick up for whatever the removed lobe would essentially control, so to speak. Like, and I mean, even like what they call it in split brain syndrome, when you like literally physically separate both hemispheres, right, while keeping them in the brain. Like that's what's this?
Y'all ain't ready for this. This is quote unquote the Incredible Hulk, who's been deaf.
Yeah, I thought I recognized him,
as we're aware, right? And this is his activation of his cochlear implant, which I've not watched this before, but sound interesting? Yes, no?
absolutely. Sorry, I was muted, ready to go.
All right, let's do this thing.
Wow. Okay, so I brought it down a little bit. How is this volume here? Is
Good.
this okay?
I'm just emotional, but good.
You can hear
I can hear
something.
you.
Yeah.
Lou Ferrigno became a household name as the Incredible Hulk, starring in the classic TV show in the 1970s and 80s. The muscle-bound star has spent the majority of his life with severe hearing loss after he experienced a series of ear infections as a toddler.
I've lost 85% of my hearing because of nerve damage. My mother and father didn't take me to a doctor since I was like 4 years old because they realized when they clapped their hands, I didn't respond. So I used to wear the old-fashioned hearing aid with the buttons on the chest, so kids would make fun of me.
Now at age 69, the fitness icon has ditched the hearing aids and opted for a cochlear implant. That's a surgically installed device that makes sounds sharper.
Well, hearing aids increase the volume. But now, because of the implant, I'm able to distinguish the different consonants, the different S sound, everything because I never heard before. Because I would have to work so hard pronouncing the words. Because now with the cochlear implant, it makes me much more easier, especially confidence in my speech, hearing other people, going back to acting, and it's a life-changing experience.
Lou shared the moment his cochlear implant was activated.
I hear a mix of a lot of different sounds.
Yeah. So at first, everything's going to sound jumbled.
Yeah, it's all jumbled sound.
The fact that you're coming forward, I think, is going to be have a profound impact on people who are hearing impaired.
So a lot of people are nervous, but I think because I've done it, it gives them a lot of hope and confidence that they will have a better life-changing experience for themselves. It's okay because the technology today with the cochlear is phenomenal.
Do you notice how much his speech has improved since the implant was activated? When he's talking in the office compared to him talking here.
Yeah, absolutely.
This superhero strongman isn't afraid to ask for the help he needs.
I'm just emotional, but good.
You can hear something.
This is Inside Edition Digital.
Okay, so there's one sampling, and there's lots of that if someone's interested. And this is where the technology is going.
See if I can find this video of him.
Yeah, there's a quadriplegic gentleman who had what's the name of that? Shoot, help, Hillary's Neuralink. Yeah, had Neuralink implants and can operate computer, etc. through the Neuralink. He just, boy, that's hard to describe. He can move the mouse and click left, click right, etc., just using his brain, using no physical part of his body, no hand, no eye blinking, nothing like that, just by thinking it. Of course, that's something you have to, train your brain to do. The science isn't so good that it's intuitive, But I imagine that
I mean, they
eventually it
have like
would become
you can move with
universal.
your mouth too. You can move it with your mouth too.
Yeah, there is that technology like eye movement or mouth movement, you know, and the computer reads that, but this is a computer directly put into the brain, like, and I imagine it would become universal and intuitive, automatic eventually as time goes on, like voice recognition software, word recognition software, like we now have voice to text. When I was young and that first came out, something in my 20s is when that first came out. And what you had to do was you had to read a script to the program, and you had to read that script. It was hundreds and hundreds of words. And then you had to do that several times so that it could get an average of how you speak. I just got a new Pixel 8 telephone, and its voice recognition software required me to say 3 sentences.
I just shared a video if you wanted, Richard, if the conversation lulls or something. The guy that got the Neuralink talking about his experience.
All right, let's do that.
Underwater, a fatal construction flaw in all recent automobiles.
All right, forget about Twitter and all the controversy. Elon Musk makes some very cool things. This, in my opinion, is the coolest. Neuralink. It's a piece of tech, maybe the one of the most developed technologies ever. It's a brain chip that literally takes what you're thinking and turns it into action. There's one person who has it, 30-year-old Nolan Arbaugh. So he is living the proof. He has been paralyzed, neck down, 8 years. Freak accident at a lake. Left him unable to perform any tasks where you'd use your hands until now. To call this life-changing, right, is an understatement. Nolan signed up for the clinical trials. He wanted to be first. Now, this involved a brain surgery to get the chip implanted under his skull. He now says if he thinks it, he can do things only his hands could do before. Like what? Use a computer, play chess, play video games. Nolan joins us now. Did I overhype it, or did I say it correctly?
No, it's probably undersold it. I mean, it's amazing.
I undersold it.
Not even words to describe. Yeah, there's not even words to describe how amazing this tech is.
So, oh my God, it's so much. I wanted to do I could do like 2 hours with you with this conversation. I'm gonna have you on the podcast so we can really talk through all this. But give people what they need to know. Like, let's start with when they gave you this option. Were you afraid that, like, oh no, like, could I die when they do this to me, or like, take us through what it was like to have this operation and this risk.
Oh, are we here to talk about Neuralink? I thought I was on here to talk about aliens. No, I'm just joking. Yeah, it was. I wasn't afraid at all. I have my faith. I have a very strong relationship with God, and I wasn't afraid at all. I was at such peace. I trust all the people that I worked with leading up to this, all the people on the Barrows Neurological Institute side. I trust all the people that I've met at Neuralink. I was just excited to get started, honestly. I couldn't wait.
It's really interesting being someone who's anchored to their faith. There's always a belief that God doesn't give you more than you can handle. And it does make you wonder if this technology wasn't a path that only you could undertake. And once you came out of that surgery and they started to test it, how does it work? Like, what did you start to experience?
Yeah, it was really cool. Right out of surgery, basically, they brought in a screen that showed a bunch of the neurons firing and said, "This is your neuron. These are your neurons firing real time." And my first thought, just initial reaction, was to start trying to wiggle my fingers, and I saw some of the channels start spiking, and I was like, "This is so cool! You guys got to see this." So I pointed them to exactly what I was seeing, and the whole room just kind of broke out. Everyone was freaking out. We're all clapping, like it was amazing. And from there, it just kept getting better and better.
So what can you show us that as a demonstration of what you can now do?
Oh yeah. Yeah, so here we go. This is the Link app. This is how I control everything. This is the app that they've uploaded onto my computer that lets me control the cursor. This is my devotional that I've been reading all the time, every day. And then
So
this
wait
is
a minute,
me
you're
playing
moving the
chess.
cursor.
These are
You're moving the cursor, Nolan, just by thinking about where you want it to go, or is it your eyes?
no, it's just me thinking about wherever I want it to go.
Oh man. So you're not even tracing it with your eyes.
Yeah,
You're just
so
looking at it.
nope, I can move it and I can move the cursor around, whatever I would like to do. I don't have to be staring at it at all. Yeah, that's all me, man.
And you can play chess, you can play video games. What other applications are you that you found useful for it so far?
Yeah, man. There's so much. I can send all of my emails. I've been, doing all of my scheduling, replying to everyone. I've been, reading books. I listen to audiobooks, just all sorts of stuff. And it doesn't really take much effort either. It's something that I can do just kind of while I'm on live television, honestly.
Hey, thank you for watching. Please go to newsnationnow.com, newsnationnow.com.
What'd you guys think of that?
Oh, hurts my brain.
Godly.
I would have liked to have asked him the question from your recent memory of brain to hand response and coordination. Would you say your coordination is better with this, faster with this, slower with this, less with this? I'd like to know that.
Yeah, so many questions. So, is there a delay even?
I'll bet there's
Like,
less delay in that system.
mind blowing.
And actually, his coordination might be increased with practice, and maybe better than his body could have responded. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like I can see a future where gamers have that as an option, as a cosmetic surgery to improve their gaming. I could see something
I
like
can
that.
see militaries trying to utilize it
Don't even get me
for like
started.
enhancement.
Yep. Oh, I'm sure that's already on the table.
Just like blink one eye twice and switch it on, and you're a
Oh,
superhuman.
well, actually, that's already being somewhat applied in drone warfare, where the operator is obviously not in the drone and is interacting in real time through cameras on the front lines. I mean, I experienced that in drones and operators more than 20 years ago now. So that was already in progress. And a Neuralink hookup to your drone would mean that you don't have the delay between you and the drone that you have from your brain to your fingertips to your typing to your mouse operation to your computer to the drone.
And I've heard speculation, which, knowing that we're 20, even 50 years behind whatever they're actually developing, or probably more, who knows, that the aim of that technology is they want like commanders in charge of not just swarms of drones, but with neural links to their entire platoons or whatnot.
You can tell how fast
Instant
something becomes.
communication. Yeah, like
Yeah.
no need for radio.
Right. And you can tell how fast something becomes outdated in this technological hockey stick advancement. How things get faster and faster in advancement. The more advanced we are, the faster we become more advanced. You can tell by how long secret security clearance lasts. Now, right now, that's 10 years, which means that by the time 10 years has passed, whatever you can say is irrelevant.
Yeah.
And that'll soon be 5 years, I'm sure.
Well, it can only get shorter period of time.
Sure. Yeah, it used to be like it was the secret security clearance. Your non-disclosure agreement was like 20 years. Now it's 10 years, and it only took about 20 years for it to become 10 years.
Yeah, you got to think how many people have kept their mouths shut.
Yeah, I mean, I had some experience with a special forces group in a war zone during Operation Iraqi Freedom, end of 3, all of 4, beginning of 5, and had a non-disclosure, security clearance agreement for 10 years. And anything that I can say about it now is irrelevant. The science is already, disseminated down to the troop level, to where anything I can say, it just doesn't matter. But I can say,
I see.
In 2005, I was installing a radio antenna system to pick up cell phone signal on Humvees, and it was literally the size of a 16-inch pizza box, and the equipment in it was sensitive enough that, having only 3 sensors in it, they could triangulate a cell phone signal. I think it was up to a mile away, within a 16-inch radius. So down to the meter, they knew where that cell phone was.
It's scary if you think about it for too long.
Yeah, like what they would do is they'd give informants, spies, whatever, cell phones. And it just, it's just a simple cell phone, but it's got GPS tracker on it. Or no, it didn't. That, come think of it, it didn't need GPS tracker. That all they had to be was within a mile of the signal, and they could tell exactly where that person was. So, they could give them a super simple cell phone and then track them meter by meter anywhere they went.
When was that? Did you say?
That was 2006.
Imagine what they can do in 20 years.
Exactly. Are we out of topics? That can't be right. Go ahead, sir.
It just made me think of like decades and decades ago now, when it sort of become common that police helicopters would fly over and use infrared or whatever they use to look through houses.
Mm-hmm.
To just imagine how much they've refined that technology now.
Yeah, at that same time, 2006, I was working for a special forces group, and they had a night vision sight for their sniper Barrett 50 cal, and it was pretty darn big and heavy, actually. It was a monocular, so you couldn't see depth in it, right? But one of the guys, the sniper came and said, "Hey, yeah," when he was looking at night, searching for enemies at the perimeter, and let me look through it for a second, and I saw some coyote-like animal, some fox or wolf-like animal out there. And it was in ultraviolet. So it was in like shades of purple-ish, right? Bluish purple. And this animal was, I don't know, over 1,000 meters away. And as far as visual acuity is concerned, looking through that scope at it, it's the same as 20/20 vision at like 30 feet away, 40 feet away, something like that. So,
and at night,
at night in total darkness with no light pollution, at some 1,000 meters away, and that was a handheld scope. Thing probably weighed 6-7 pounds.
So if I don't want the government looking through me house, I should line me walls with lead.
That would be effective. Yeah. Yeah, there's actually, you may not know this, but there is such thing as conductive paint. And it's rather pricey, but they purposefully put metal in the paint so that it's also a conductive surface. And of course, if you no one can afford to put like metal sheeting everywhere in their house, but there's conductive paint, which can be like run to a ground, to natural earth ground, and is then essentially a solid metal surface as far as like radio waves and stuff are concerned. See, I'm living in Santa Fe, where the woo level is something about 230% of normal woo. So there have been people who they this is a very deeply superstitious and religious area of the world, like voodoo level serious woo, like that. So there's people around here that I've had conversation with, that I've worked with, where you order 5 gallons of this metallic paint, you paint the entire room, the interior surface of the room, and you have you sand a small area and you put a metal plate on that, and the metal plate has screws on it, and you have grounding rods, and you run that metal plate and thereby the whole room to ground. And you can literally take radio signal reading devices and walk out of the room and see a certain level of signals, and walk into the room and watch those signals disappear.
So that's like people that think there's
that radio waves are being sent by the government to control you, stuff like that. Yeah.
And these people have jobs where they can afford metallic paint.
Sure. You can afford it.
Yeah, but I'm also not that dumb.
Yeah, but I mean, but it does literally block radio signal. It actually does.
Yeah. Oh, I
Like
mean,
you can
if
tell
you...
because your cell phone works out of the room, your cell phone don't work in the room. You can tell.
Yeah.
It's different. No, I'm not certain that would stop infrared, you know, because that's a heat signature thing.
I remember years back, so I would have been a teenager, there was a paint. I think it was a paint. It was some surface that when you switch on the light, it would kill all the bacteria on the surface.
Yeah.
So the room basically was cleaned every time you switch the light on. And this material, whatever it did when the light switched on, it wouldn't hold on to dirt. Dirt couldn't grip it.
Yeah.
So the system was you switch the light on and an exhaust system that just literally sucked everything up. That was really new when I saw that. I don't know whatever happened with that technology, but I haven't seen it around.
Well, I can think of a lot of medical uses for it, of course. You know, hospitals, etc., high-end offices, such like that. And I imagine there's a decent market for that, whether that market is, you know, pulled forward by paranoia or practical application. I should think that there's both for that.
Can talk to the animals and read your thoughts.
Harpo Blues does live in Santa Fe. He's not kidding. He's just saying, yeah, Richard's right. These folks are full of woo. Now, my friend Harpo Blues is one of the most wooless people I know of.
Is it a red area or a blue area where you are?
In politics?
Yeah.
I don't know. Probably more red because the vast population is traditional Catholic and very old-fashioned in their thinking. So probably more red. But then there's this subculture of wooish people, which are probably completely and unalterably blue. Like around here, you see like lots of nicer cars with Bernie Sanders stickers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If they want to give their stuff away, they should just do it. Don't wait for him.
What was that about giving stuff away? I'm lost here.
you said that they've got wealth. Well, I assume wealthy people. You said they were driving nice cars and they've got Bernie Sanders stickers on.
Oh,
I
I
was
see.
saying if they want to give away their wealth, they can just do it without electing him.
Yeah, they could at least watch somebody smile.
Yeah.
Give it personally to somebody else. Yeah, just hand them wads of cash. It'd be fine. Okay, guys. I think it's time to shut this one down. Anything to shill your stuff, Hillary's.
Nope. If you want to come to my channel, great. But everybody knows. So that's it.
Okay, Batman, shill. Batman's not here. Sammy, shill.
Subscribe to Richard and hit the like button.
Thank you for that. Batman, last chance. In 5, 4, 3, 2. Thank you all for adding to my experience. I appreciate all of you. If you want to pet the algorithm, if you think these conversations are interesting, that'll help spread this conversation, which I'd really appreciate if you did, because I love these conversations. I really do. Thank you all for your time adding to my experience. Until next time, peace and respect to you all.
Good night.